our class, this unit right now is light search and rescue. I'm hoping you guys read ahead, so you got a little bit of preparation and knowledge about what we're going to be talking about. Search and rescue as a term is always used together, search and rescue. But as we talk about it today, we're going to separate that and talk about two separate functions. I want you to remember the concept that we've talked about a couple of times already up to this point. CERT teams our mandate is to do the greatest good for the greatest number of people possible. So if the first person that we make contact with in an emergency scene happens to be somebody that requires a great deal of medical intervention, a great number of supplies, a great number of people to deal with them, and we're treating them instead of triaging them, it kind of eliminates us doing the greatest good for the greatest number of people, right? We're all focused on one. So we have to remember this mindset, and it seems cold-hearted and calloused. But if you think about it in terms of the greater good for the greatest number of people, it's not. You know, if I've got some little kid that's been crushed by a beam and they're not dead, but they're going to die, and I can't stop it, I can sit there and bite my nails and wail and pull my hair and cry and commiserate with the family. But then how many other people may potentially die because we didn't apply some basic first aid that could have saved their lives? And so other babies will have no parents or whatever. So you can't emotionally get caught up in the drama. And I don't know what you guys, I know a little bit about your background. You got some military background and some first aid. I don't know what kind of actual trauma you've seen, whether it's just training or if it's been in combat. If it's been in combat, then you've seen plenty of gnarly things to understand. If it's not in combat, then there's a difference in simulating an emergency and actually being out in the field and seeing an emergency. It's, you know.
Well, one of the other things I've done is air-sea rescue.
Okay. Well,
That's,
I don't know if you see a lot of blood and guts in that,
no,
but I mean, you know.
it's still a similar situation where you're trying to get as many people out of the wreck of a ship, oil rig off the coast.
Oh yeah.
You're still looking at, okay, can I get him out safely? No. If not, well, we got to go on to the next guy.
Well, there you go. It's triage,
Yeah.
right?
Two people that come springing to mind of this subject, Arthur and your brother Chris.
Yeah.
Our friend Arthur Cookman was in a ship when the boiler exploded.
Well, you can see some gnarly stuff through that.
Yeah. And my brother was in Iraq.
He had the same thing that done cleanup that they talked about to a psychologist. The psychologist afterward.
Of course. Well, he had seen that. However, have you seen it?
I do.
And that's, see, you can't. Look, I want to be real direct. Okay, I want you guys to be the functioning part of our team. So here's the thing. I've seen a lot of nasty stuff in my 30 years in the fire service. I picked up burned bodies, pieces of bodies, scraped them up with my gloves and dropped them in a body bag, little bone pieces and skin fragments. There's a smell associated with a burned body that once you smell it once, you'll never forget it ever in your life. Nasty stuff. I'll just tell you frankly, just seeing a guy in a car wreck whose right leg, I think it was, I can't remember, one of the legs is laying this way, up here alongside his ear. That's not normal, and you see that, and you just want to go, oh, you know, but you can't get caught up in that. You can't get caught up in, oh, that must feel so bad. Oh, this is horrible. I feel so bad for you. Because now we're thinking about not what I need to do as a trained responder. We're thinking about the human side of us, and I'm not saying don't be human, we want to be human, of course, but we can't be caught up in the emotional side. You have to take those emotions and pack them in a nice little box and set them up here on the shelf while you're doing the responding, and you can get them back out after the incident's over, but for now, you need to be a little removed from them.
Show the
And
emotions
pay
for a
attention to
little bit.
what you're doing, be in touch with your training, and, you know, be sympathetic if there's a family member there. We don't want to be rude or ignore them, but we just can't cry with them and do all those things unless there's plenty of support and we've got time for you to be there and be that shoulder to cry on. And that may be needed and that may be appropriate if the circumstance dictates. But if I've got
Like you
maybe
said,
a building with possibly 40 or the potential of having 40 or 50 people in it, and I need to search that building, I can't start crying on the first one. What about the other 49? I've got to go deal with them. So we just can't get caught up in that. So I'm not saying being a cold, heartless bastard. That's not what I'm saying. But at the same time, don't let yourself get drug into that quicksand pit of crying and, oh, you know, whatever. You know, others are puking because they've never seen that before. You know, you keep it together and you move on. Understand, when you go in the scene, you should be mentally preparing yourself for what are the potential things I may see. If a boiler on a ship blows up, I've got pieces of metal flying through here like a bomb.
Right.
So I'm going to see maybe some dead, mangled bodies. I'm going to see maybe bodies and torn apart or limbs laying around. I can mentally prepare myself as best I can for that before I ever get on the scene. So when I see it, I'm not surprised. And these are the things we're looking at. If I've got a building collapsed, what are the types of things that you may see? We'll get into that here in a minute. I've got this set up, but I just wanted you to understand, you have to keep your emotions in check. It's real important.
Yeah, like Chris never talked about his experience, but Arthur told me about his. It's like,
Yeah.
when
Let me
the-
stop you. I'm sorry. I'm
just
sorry.
letting you know,
I don't want to go down this trail.
Yeah.
I want to keep going. I know there's trails. I apologize, but we need to keep moving on. So we can talk about that in a break. So, search is 3 separate operations. First off, before we ever start the operation, we do our size up, and we've seen that size up, and we're going to go over the size up steps. Actually, there's a checklist in your student manual that we'll go over to help you with size up, because, you know, just seeing it listed there is one thing. Being able to actually do it and understand what questions to ask and what answers to look for is another thing. So we'll go over that, and that'll help you when you arrive on the scene to do that size up. And April, this is a little better than the older versions of this book that we had when you went through. So,
Oh, okay.
secondly, once we've done the size up and we've determined it, hey, we need to do a search, then that's a separate piece. It's a separate operation. Okay, that's when we actually find survivors and we document where they are. Okay, we want to, if I go in a house that's been hit by a tornado and we find 2 victims, maybe they just need a little bit of help in their head, make them ambulatory, and we can bring them out. That's fine. But the other one that requires a lot of help or something maybe beyond our training, we want to make sure we document they're there, so that somebody else with more training or better equipment that comes behind us will know, hey, there's somebody in this house, they're in the back bedroom under this debris, and so they can go get them. We don't want to forget somebody. That would be on us, and not only liability-wise, but conscience-wise. How would you feel if you left somebody and said, oh, that room's fine, that building's fine, and then you find out a week later we can't find the guy and he's passed away? That would be an awful thing to live with, knowing that we screwed up. So we document where they are. Third, extricating survivors. Okay, so those are the steps that we're going to be talking about. Now, one of the things that the book wanted me to point out to you, sure, I'm not getting out of turn here, but one of the things that was important, and I thought it was interesting information, that studies have shown that well, I'll just wait. I'm not quite there. Let me go another slide or two and I'll tell you about this. Okay, so we're gonna decide whether or not we're going to attempt to rescue somebody based on 3 different things. What is the risk to me? Or to you? To us? Just like, remember, if it's a hazmat scene, what do?
Quarantine.
Stay back, right? We don't get involved in a hazmat scene at all. We have no training and we have no equipment to protect us. So if it's a hazmat, we keep everybody else away. Try to secure the scene and keep people out, other than the people that are responders that would have a need to be there. If we determine that the risks are not greater than we are trained to handle, and we have the equipment and the safety equipment to deal with it, then we can decide to go on. At that point, we want to try to do the greatest good for the greatest number. So again, that person that's got 2 floors worth of concrete laying on them and their legs are pinned, and it's going to be a massive undertaking to get them out, and a technical one. That's not somebody we can help. We document where they are and we move on to the next person. Okay, we move on.
And do something in that situation, make it worse.
And injure us as well.
Yeah.
And do we have the resources and manpower available to do what we're trying to do? If I've got a building with the courthouse here, gets hit by a tornado during the day, the court's in session, so I've got people in the courtroom, I've got people in all these little offices, there may be 200 people in there. Do we need to search? Absolutely. But you guys are the ones. You're it. Do we have enough manpower?
Probably not.
No. Doesn't mean you can't attempt. But the first thing we should do is what? Let Incident Command know we need more resources. And we have them available. It'll take a little while to get them there, but we can get more. So the earlier we start that process, the sooner they'll get there. So, you let people know. So the goal is, again, the greatest number in the shortest amount of time. So we don't want to get hung up on the complicated, even if we think, oh man, I can do this. That's not the point. That's not our job. That's not our goal. The greatest number in the shortest period of time, because other people are bleeding, other people can't breathe right now, today, this minute, they're dying. Airway, bleeding, shock, remember? Right now people are dying because we're not there. So we gotta, it's like triage, guys. It really is. If you can just lift up a corner of a door and somebody can get out, fine, move on. Otherwise, document, we'll come back, let's get the ones that, maybe somebody's trapped under a piece of debris, but they don't have the airway bleeding or shock. They're not shocky. They're okay for now. They're not, relatively, they're going to live. They're not okay, but they're not going to die in the next 5 minutes.
They're just really pinned.
They need help, but they're not one that's going to die right away. They can wait a little while.
Right.
We got to get the ones that are not going to be able to survive without. Walking wounded come first. Again, that thing, everybody can hear my voice, come my way. That's thing, walking wounded. Let's get them all to a particular spot. We need to figure out where that spot is. Remember, get command to. If command can help with that, we don't have to come out and set all that up. Let somebody do that for you, but you get them outside. Rightly trapped survivors come next, and then remember, keep the rescuer, that's you, keep yourself safe. Those are our goals. Now, I apologize to you. We're supposed to go over a little bit of a review, but I didn't do that, so we'll do that at the end. Okay, one of the thing that's important, Mexico City had an earthquake several years ago, and this is typical of about every emergency that happens. It was typical of 9/11, when they brought down the World Trade Centers. It was typical. It happened in the Murrah building in Oklahoma City. It happens in every emergency, and it'll happen in the next emergency too. There are a huge number of untrained, uninvited, unexpected volunteers just show up and start trying to rescue people. When the tornado hit Buffalo up here, I told you that I had 200, 250 volunteers just showed up on the Woods parking lot. And they were walking off across the parking lot, going in the back way, going in through there. I didn't know who they were. I know they weren't trained, but they wanted to help. And their hearts are in the right place. The problem, and it gives me this information here, those spontaneous volunteers saved 700 lives in the Mexico City. That's pretty spectacular, right? But more than 100 people were killed by those spontaneous volunteers, not knowing what they're doing. So on one hand, you say, well, they saved 700. Is killing 100 people okay to save 700? Is that acceptable? Is that ratio acceptable? What if it was one of your loved ones or one of your friends? Would you consider that a fair trade?
No, I think.
Well, you know, sucks to be you know, but it's worth it. For every one that we lose, we save 7. I don't know that that's great. That happens all over the world, all the time. And what we're trying to do by having CERT members trained is to have more volunteers available to go that have some training and know what to do and what not to do to reduce the number of people that's killed by well-intentioned but misguided volunteer efforts. All of a sudden you're out of the picture because you didn't follow the training. That's not productive, right? So keep your safety in mind. That's number one. And then after that, then we want to take into consideration the safety of the survivor. Okay, let me give you an example. April, you don't know this, but I got a call last night about a patient was down in a gully up here on the Hickory-Dallas County line, and it was going to require some rope rescue to get the patient out. They called me. We've got a few guys on our CERT team that have quite a bit of experience with rope rescue. So I called him, okay? The main one that I was able to get to, he didn't answer his phone at first, but I texted, then he called me. And he was coaching a little girl's softball game and couldn't leave and didn't have anybody to watch his kids. He was there with his kids, little kids. He couldn't go. I called the other 2, no answer. Only one of them called me back. He was in Ozark with his 4-year-old. And the third one is out of town, not available. So we ended up not having anybody to send. However, we never know when those skills are going to be needed and when we're going to be called upon, you know. And I'm not telling you that not to make personal plans. We all have lives to live. But I used to tell my fire department guys, you know, you say you want to be on the fire department, but then 2 nights a week, you're kicking back the beers, and every Friday and Saturday night you're at the bar drinking. Well, how often are you available to actually do something? Because you can't respond if you've been drinking. So, you know, you say you want to help, but then you put yourself in a position where you're never available to help. So, it's kind of a fine-edged sword. I'm getting myself on thin ice. I don't want to get too far. People have lives, and that's why we need several people on the CERT team. So if you're not available, hopefully somebody else is. In this particular case, it just so happened it was a specialty that is not part of CERT, but it's available to us, and we needed to try to get this patient. Well, we ended up, I think we ended up calling Central Polk County's rescue team, and they started, they didn't get there. They got him out, and I think it was, well, we can do this, and we can do that, and they somehow got him out. Probably it wasn't according to safety standards, but they got him. So what I would like is, the next time that call comes in, if we have people that's got that training, to be able to send somebody up there, maybe not to do the rescue, but at least to supervise the rescue so it's done safely for the patient and for the rescuers, like this says, you know, where we don't get somebody hurt. That would be my ultimate goal. So in this unit, we're going to talk about the size-up requirements. We'll talk at length about doing the size-up. We're going to talk about the most common search techniques, talk about safe techniques for removing debris. There's right ways and wrong ways. We'll talk about safe ways to get a survivor out from under something. And we'll talk about ways to protect the rescuers. So, here's what we'll say to you. You know, I've told you I've got a long history as a fire chief. Type A personality, right? You know about type A's. Had some in the military, right? Here, I'm not a type A. I get on the scene, I am a type A. Now, the odds are, rarely will I be on the scene with a CERT team, because if I got some big thing going on, guess what? I'm wearing my emergency management hat, and I'm going to be here. Okay? However, if I do get on the scene, I'm a kind of a take charge kind of guy. I'll tell you that right up front.
That's what you need on an emergency though,
So
unfortunately.
if we're doing an extrication and you're doing something that we've taught you not to do and you're doing it anyway, you can expect me to say something. I'm not going to be rude and rip you a new one, probably, unless you keep doing it, you know. But I am going to say something to you, and I'll tell you that about me right up front. I would rather that you pissed off at me, but you still got all your toes and fingers and you get to go home mad, as opposed to, oh, you still like me, but I'm sorry, I've lost my wrist, you know, or worse. So if that means you're mad at me, but you're still whole, I guess that's okay with me. You know, it's
It's a pretty good mentality to have.
you know, it's just the way it is. So, so we're going to talk about those. Our topics are safety during search and rescue operations, conducting interior and exterior searches, and conducting rescue operations. A lot of things to go over. All right, you've seen this before, and it looks great, except, okay, gather the facts. Well, what facts do I need to gather? What do they consider the important facts? What would you consider the important facts? Probably different than I would consider, right? And each one of you may have a different idea of what facts to consider. So we need something that tells us, well, what facts are you talking about? So each time we're kind of going through the same process, okay? Assess the damage, consider the probabilities. We'll go through this whole thing in depth here and give you actually a checklist, which you're more than welcome to. My suggestion would be to, you got a copy machine, make copies of that, keep that in your response kit with you. So when you're ready to do your documentation thing, and we need to make copies of it to pass out to the rest of the team. We didn't have that before, but it's a great tool to do that size up. Okay, so we're going to gather facts. What is the time of the event and what day of the week is it? What do you suppose that matters?
Mainly, okay, and I had done a little bit of reading ahead on this, but per se, if it happened, we'll say on a Monday at, we'll say 8, 9 o'clock in the morning, obviously somebody might be at work.
Sure.
So
Exactly.
you might have more people at work than you might have at home, as opposed to, we'll say, 5, 6 o'clock at night, where they might be at home instead of at work. This
Exactly.
allows you to focus where your people might be at.
It gives you an idea about whether am I looking for a couple of, what if it's at the school? Is it during school?
Yeah,
Or is it after school? Well, if it's after school, then I'm probably looking at a few custodians and maybe a couple of teachers that's still doing some work in the room as opposed to hundreds of kids.
right.
That gives you an idea, right? So the day of the week, oh, it's on Saturday, it's today. Well, there's not school on Saturday. There might be Saturday school, I don't know. It's been a long time since I've been in school. But
There might be a tutoring class here
But-
and there, but
not going to be a full-blown class day. So that's
Yeah.
going to reduce the number of potential people there. Unless there's a special event going on, like FFA or a debate
they
deal or something.
Basketball game.
Yeah, well, those typically, yeah. All right, what is the construction type and terrain? What's the construction type of the facility? And what's the terrain? Is it nice and flat like here, or is it built like in California where you've got this big building built on the side of a hill?
Or Branson.
Or Branson. That creates real problems for us, right? Real problems. So, what is the occupancy? Occupancy means what type of facility is it? Is it a business occupancy? Is it a factory? Is it a
hotel.
meeting place where, like a church, convention center? Is it a hotel, which is, overnight stay? The type of occupancy gives you some idea about numbers that you might expect, and B, the type of processes that might go on there that you need to be concerned about. If I'm going to a welding shop that's been damaged, okay, I know they're going to have some, not just 110 outlets, but they're going to have some 220 outlets, right, for the welders. Maybe 3-phase electricity. There's probably some gases involved that I need to be concerned about. If there's a fire, I've got compressed gases in bottles, which is a real concern for me, right? Turn them into missiles. So there's a lot of things that I can get just from knowing the type of occupancy that I'm going to. It tells me a little bit about what dangers to be thinking about, looking for, and be aware of. That all make sense? About a hospital.
Oh, God.
There's all kinds of stuff in a hospital. Not only people, but they've got radiation. There's all kind of chemicals. There may be cryogenics there.
And biohazards.
Oh, there's all kind of stuff. So, again, you think about everything that happens in the occupancy. Those are the potential dangers that you may be exposed to, and you got to take those into account. The weather. Is a day like today? Is it rainy? Is it really cold? If it's super cold, now the building's been hit, so probably the heat system's not going to work anymore. So not only do I have to worry about the physical injuries that the people got, but now I got to worry about hypothermia for the survivors. Or is it a super hot day? The same thing as happens then. If it's a 100-degree day outside, and I've got people trapped and bleeding, the heat is going to have its toll as well. So, and then other hazards that may be specific hazards. So, these are things we want to get facts about. Step 2. After I've assessed the damage, I want to communicate, or the dangers, I want to assess and communicate the damage. Okay, and we'll go about and talk about these individually. If the damage is light, then it's going to be okay for me to deal with that, right? If the damage is moderate, is it going to be okay for me to go in and search? Depends.
Depends on the situation.
Depends on the construction type of the building. It depends on several factors. We'll talk about these individually. Third thing is, damage is heavy. Is it okay for us to search if damage is heavy? No, we don't. So, you've got your sheets on student manual, page 5.5 through 5.7. You look at this is your size up, right?
Mm-hmm.
So you got your questions. What time of day? What types of structures are involved? What is the construction type? What is the terrain? Are they occupied? How many people are likely to be there? And you're not going to have a head count, probably, but if it was during the weekday and the courthouse was involved and court was in session, we could have a couple hundred people in there. You can make a guesstimate, you know. Don't say 1,000, that won't be 1,000. But I wouldn't say 10 either,
No.
you know. So make reasonable guesses. Are there any special considerations? Elderly, children, we won't really know that. But if it's a daycare center, obviously there's going to be children. If it's a nursing home or assisted care place, there's obviously going to be elderly. There may be children too, but we know the focus on the building itself is on helping the elderly, so common sense, there'll be elderly people there. Will weather affect your safety? If so, how? Will it affect the search and rescue mission? If so, how? If it's raining and there's a tornado watch going on and we've got a bad storm coming your way, that's something you need to take into consideration. Because the building's already been damaged and now I've got more wind coming. Is that stable? Is that structure stable enough for us to be in searching through it? Not in a situation like that. No. So, are there any hazardous materials involved? If so, where? And if they are, what do we do?
Stay away.
Stay back. Keep people back. Are there any other type of hazards? That's all just step one. Step two, assess and communicate the danger, the damage. You guys need to go through these check sheets. April, if you want to look at this, there's extra books in there on the shelf. You can grab one and you'll be able to see this checklist, which is pretty helpful.
I actually looked over this several times when I was reading ahead.
The books are on the end shelf. You'll see the inserts in the books.
And it brought me back to many things that I would, maybe not quite in this area, but several things that I would look up before I even dropped out of the helicopter to go
Sure,
rescue.
sure. Yeah, are there, is the storm coming? Are we expecting big waves? You know, the perfect storm kind of comes to mind.
Yes.
Perfect storm, you know, okay, I'm gonna drop out of the helicopter and then the trough drops down instead of dropping 20 feet.
Now you're
Drop
dropping further.
100. Well, that's not gonna be a great deal.
And the other problem is, okay, I've now rescued this person,
5.5 to
Now I gotta go through
5.7, April.
rotor wash, and the waves.
Yeah,
to get
exactly.
into the basket.
The thing we seen on the news one time, the ropes really coiled up.
Yeah, that's a dangerous situation.
Okay, so
Yeah.
we're gonna continue on just so we can make, I'm not gonna go through this too much, but you really need to be aware of that checklist. Remember it's there. Make a copy of it and have it available to you. We'll make copies available to the other groups. It's a great way to go through. So, if the damage is light, let me get over here to the right place. Okay. Light damage will be considered superficial or cosmetic damage. Okay, here we go. Here's an example. We got a library. Maybe, yeah, it looks like a library. So, okay, I've got some ceiling tiles popped out, and I've got books off the shelf, but structurally, the structure looks sound. So, maybe it's cracked some sheetrock here, and I got a couple windows broke out and stuff, but the building doesn't look like that it's gonna fall down. So, minor damage to interior contents, it would be safe for us to be in that building. Okay, so that would be light damage. Okay, so our mission is to what? Locate, triage, treat airway bleeding and shock, major bleeding. Remember we're talking bleeding, we're talking about your life's gonna end if you don't stop it. Not the oozing kind, not the slow bleed, we're talking about major bleeding. Continue to size up and document. Not only if you treat somebody, who are they, what did you do, and if you found them and you had to help them get out, where did you get them out? Where were they in the building? You should document where they were, okay? Just so somebody asks you, you say, where were they? I don't know. That doesn't sound good on a witness stand, okay? So, all right, moderate damage. There's an example of moderate damage. There's visible signs of damage. That obviously didn't, except in Branson, they don't build stuff like that. That was a pun. It's okay, you're in. They do build stuff like that in Branson and other places, but on purpose. But mostly it's not supposed to be that way. So decorative work, damaged or fallen, many visible cracks or breaks in the wall, major damage to interior contents, but the building is still on its foundation, so it's being supported continually. In a case like that, you should enter that only to save lives. Okay? Only to save lives. There's somebody, you have some indication there's somebody in there. You think the building is not going to necessarily fall down on you. So it would be okay for us to get in there in a short period of time and get somebody out, but then we need to get out. We don't want to be in there and remain inside there. Okay. Then we got heavy damage. This is a terrible picture. But essentially what I have here is this building is all collapsed down. Okay. Partial or total collapse, tilting, obvious structural instability. A lot of times in a building that's in bad shape like that, you'll hear creaking, popping, groaning, sounds of things moving. Just, you know, even a house, you'll hear noises occasionally from it, right? But this, you'll hear sounds. You need to pay attention to those sounds. Those are clues that you don't want to ignore.
More strained than normal.
Building is off its foundation. It doesn't matter if somebody's trapped in there or not. You don't need to go in there. Document. If you hear somebody crying or crying for help or whatever in that building, document it. Let instant command know that you've got somebody trapped in that building, but we're not going in. It's too dangerous. We'll let specialists. There's people in the state we can call. There's a team out of Columbia, Missouri, that is our team. When the Clinton building in Clinton collapsed on the square, they called this team out of Clinton, Missouri, to come in and rescue people. They're trained. They got all the tools to do that specialized stuff. They know how to do this. We don't. Therefore, we won't. Okay? All right, step 3. What are the probabilities? Is the situation stable? Is it going to probably collapse? Or is it just, it could collapse? Okay, we want to try to figure out what are life-threatening risks that we're looking at, okay? What else could go wrong in the event of that building that was moderate damage that we saw? The heavy one we're not going to be in, so we don't need to worry about that as long as we're far enough away from the collapse zone. You remember what I told you the collapse zone was? The height of the building times 1.5. So if it's 40 foot tall, I need to be at least 60 feet away. I don't want to be leaning around the outside of the building, smoking a cigarette, you know, taking a break in the shade. The building collapse. That would not be a smart move, right? So I want to stay far enough away if that building does go ahead and collapse that it's not gonna get me. What else could go wrong? That building, could it go ahead and collapse?
Yes.
Based on what factors? What would make it collapse? Maybe if it's a windless day, it'll probably be okay. But if I go in there and start knocking down a beam, maybe that's partially supporting the floor to help get somebody out, and all of a sudden I took away part of the support, I could actually bring it down on top of me, right? Or if the wind comes up and it's a thunderstorm, which is would not normally be dangerous, but I've got 40-mile-an-hour winds coming with that, for leading front on that thunderstorm. 40-mile-an-hour winds to a building that's already been damaged and got moderate damage might be enough to cause it to collapse. So that would be another factor. What else could go wrong? What does that mean for the search and rescue? Remember, it's rescue safety first. Do I need to suspend the search or the rescue for time being until the situation stabilizes?
If the situation calls for it, yes.
That would be difficult for the public to understand. They're not trained. But that would be the right call. We don't sacrifice a team of rescuers, do we? Okay. So, there's a chart here on your student page 513 that talks about probable severity and types of earthquake damage based on construction type. That's a good thing for you to kind of look at. It talks about different construction types, describes damage and talks about probable damage areas and what kind of severity there. So you might browse over that when you have the opportunity. Hopefully you already did.
I actually have, and it's very useful.
Yeah, it kind of gives you a little bit of a heads up.
It's
So,
actually 514.
Oh, okay.
oh, sorry, my book said 513.
Yeah, it's actually 514.
Sorry about that.
It's no problem.
That is still behind.
I've been kind of passing
okay.
through it while you're
Sure, I'm focusing more on listening to you and watching on the board instead of looking through my book.
That's okay. So, assess your situation. Is the situation still safe enough for you to continue? Remember, your safety first, team safety second. What risks will the rescuers face? What resources are needed? Do you have the resources you need? What resources are available to you? And I'll tell you a big one.
water.
That right there. We can put up with a lot if we stay hydrated, especially this time of year. But you got to stay hydrated. Now, some of the military guys carry camelbacks, you know, they got their pack they throw on, so they've got their water with them. And it'd be a great thing for everybody to have if they've got the ability. A lot easier than carrying a bottle stuck in a pocket somewhere that you're gonna hook on stuff. As a matter of fact, several of us have life straws and different things, so we can get water wherever we're at, you know.
I'm aware of lifestyle. Like I said, I work at Bass Pro, we see them all the time.
Yeah. You know, it's not gonna be the best water ever, but it'll be good enough to keep you alive,
That's
keep
true.
you going, so.
Like really salty supplement, yeah, just water to help.
No, it's actually a straw that you can actually use to drink water out of the puddle.
Oh, yeah, those, yeah, I remember now what you're talking about now.
Yeah, you can put it in a puddle and put it in a pond
Don't have to worry about getting
It's
anything
safe
nasty or
to drink.
parasites.
Yeah. All right, what are resources for the rescuer? Well, personnel, you have firefighters, police, obviously, nurses and MDs. Let me tell you, I have some experience with MDs. Nurses is one thing. Medical doctors, worthless on the emergency scene. Worthless. They have no comprehension of what happens on this side of the ambulance pulling into the emergency, to the ambulance bay and unloading that patient. Where they have support personnel, they've got all the tools, all the drugs, crash carts, all the electronics God can envision.
Usually
It's right there. And you get out on the side of the field, they got nothing. We had a school bus wreck on the north end of the county. I and my assistant chief, we responded up there. We had multiple kids injured. I get on scene, first thing I do, we start triaging. We start holding C-spine. I showed you about C-spine, right? There was this MD wandering around, he says, "What do I do? What do I do?" I said, "You see that kid right there?" "Yeah." "Hold C-spine." So he, oh, okay. And he did. I turned around 5 minutes later, he was gone. He left the scene. Left the scene. He had no clue on what to do. Oh, we need to package the patient. We need to, what? No idea. No clue how to do any of that stuff. It's always done for them. That's always done for them. When they see the patient, there's always an IV installed. They've got a C-collar on. They don't know how to size them. They don't know how to do any of that stuff.
Most of the time, by the time the patient gets there, it's already been stabilized by the,
They have been, typically they have been stabilized, and even, they've started IVs. Sometimes they're on several medications before they ever, or drugs before they ever get to the ambulance or to the hospital. So, doctors, I'm sure there are a lot of scenes where doctors show up. And in a case where, an extreme case, I've heard of cases where somebody had to amputate a leg to get somebody out. They couldn't, giant section of something came in and either that person lays right there and dies or they remove the leg and get them out. And I've heard of that happening. Those are pretty rare, right? You guys remember when the big earthquake happened in California and all those freeways that were stacked one on top of the other all
Oh, God,
collapsed?
how I remember that. I see the news.
They all collapsed down, and that one old boy was in there for a long period of time. There was some, I think that type of thing happened back then. There was people with the big concrete sections fell on somebody, and there was some amputations. It was anyway. Well, what's the likelihood of seeing that around here? Pretty slim. Pretty slim. Probably it's going to be firefighters, law enforcement. Contractors would be great. Contractors, they don't know anything about doing medical, but they got stuff. Backhoes, and cranes, and, equipment that might be useful if they're directed. Okay. They have tools that you have are crowbars. We will have chainsaws.
I have one of them.
On our CERT, will it be on our CERT truck? It'll belong to the CERT team. Now, that doesn't mean that everybody on the CERT team is trained to use a chainsaw. And we'll have to kind of draw up a policy about who and how. And, somebody that's never used a chainsaw, we're not going to allow them to go out on an emergency and start cutting the crap out of something, Dorothy. So.
well, I don't think I'm using a chainsaw. I'm a little bit gun shy after the last one. How about that, Charlie?
Well,
That was an accident.
that's fine. No, nobody's requiring you to use one. So you may have some of this stuff available and other equipment. One of the things we'll work on when we're doing the extrication is being able to do something with practically nothing, just tools you may find laying around at the scene, a 2x4 and some paraphernalia to block it up. You can do things with just, if you have a big enough fulcrum, you can lift the world. So we'll talk about that, or we'll show you that. Step 5 is establish the priorities. Okay, what are my priorities? What do I need to do and what needs to be done first? And again, always keep in mind this is rescuing the greatest number in the shortest amount of time. So maybe I've got 3 or 4 or a handful of people in one part of the building that I can get to and I can get them out, but I've got a bunch of other people that if I open one doorway, maybe there's 30 people in that one room that could just walk out if I go focus on that first. Well, the greatest number, remember, the walking wounded first, lightly injured second. Remember that priorities?
Yeah.
So if you have some indication when you're setting your priorities, that if I go over here and make my way into this hallway and can get that hallway clear, then this whole room full of people can come out and get them out of there. That should be a priority, right? Greatest number of good. Okay. Step 6, once you've got your priorities set, you've thought about the dangers, you know what resources you've got available, then you need to make a decision. Okay, now it's time to implement my plan. Remember, the safety of the CERT team and my instructions to April and Jennifer, the 2 team captains, is that if you arrive on scene working for an incident commander and they try to get the CERT team to do something that's beyond our level of training or that's beyond the danger that's acceptable, pull the team out, leave the scene. Is that not what I told you?
Exactly.
We're not going to sacrifice you guys to somebody that has no idea what a CERT team does. If they try to say, take this 1.5-inch hose and go in there and start putting water on that fire, we're not doing that. We will maybe use an extinguisher if the fire is not so big, and if we can get out, if we think we can put it out with what we have available and we can safely do it and get out of the building, sure, why not? But we have to determine that based on what we find. But if I've got a whole building engulfed in flame and the roof's about ready to collapse and they want us to go in there, that's what the fire department gets. That's where we get our kicks doing that. Let them do that. Who are we to deprive them of all the joy that they get from doing that job? That would be rude of us. So we're not going to do it.
Yeah, they took all the time to get the proper training for it.
Well, hopefully. Life safety of the survivors and others is second. We would like to protect the environment if possible, protect property. Yeah, sure. Okay. Now, develop a plan of action, okay? Provide for documentation to give to responding agencies so other people know what the plan is. They know the information you've collected. They see the size of it that you've done. If you develop all this stuff, you're kind of acting like the instant commander. So when other people show up, they need to have the same information you have. Otherwise, they waste time going through the same process you do. They may not come up with the same solution that you do. You agree? 2 different people look at the same problem and come up with different solutions to the problem. So that could be a problem for the rescuers, because I say we need to go over here and do this, and somebody else says, no, I want to go over there and do that. You're working at odds with each other. One that we, as CERT team leaders and myself, need to delve into a little bit more, just how far we want to go with documentation. When I was a fire chief, I'm going to tell you I documented the crap. I told you I've written 20, 25-page fire reports with pictures, you name it. Real in-depth reports.
Timeline of
That's,
things that transpired, got here at this time, that this.
but I don't know that we want to go that deep and CERT, and we'll do a training within the whole group, the whole team, and focus on those once we get better information to develop, to tell you just exactly how far. We'll try to develop some forms so that we've got standard forms that everybody can use and kind of guide us on what information to collect and what to do. There'll be more training coming there. Take action based on your plan, okay? And then as you're putting your plan into action, evaluate, is it working? My idea was going in and doing the search. Am I getting the search completed in a timely manner? If I'm going in to rescue people, am I being successful? Am I running into obstacles I didn't plan for in my plan? Is my plan working? If my plan is not working, or if my plan is entailing more risk than I originally had envisioned, then maybe I need to revisit the plan. Because the plan is supposed to provide for safety for the CERT members, safety for the rescuers, safety for the victims, right? In those orders. If my plan doesn't do that, there's a problem with my plan. Well, you know, you don't just boldly go ahead, well, it'll probably be okay. No, fix your plan. Revise the plan to provide that level of safety that's supposed to be provided, and then reinitiate the plan then, okay? Don't just keep going in, well, I think it'll work. It's not a very wise way to go. All right, specific safety considerations. Okay, always, rescuer safety is a primary concern. Got a bunch of CERT people here now. That looks like a Nikon station, doesn't it, April? Not sure that's what it is, but that's what it looks like. But it could also be a treatment tent. I'm not real sure. Always use a buddy system. We don't work solo. We do not work solo. If only one of you shows up somewhere, not going to be able to do it. I guess you can document from the outside. That's it. Be alert for hazards. You need to keep your mind alert and your eyes open. Don't get focused. Get tunnel vision. A lot of people in an emergency, they get tunnel vision and all they see is what's right in front of them, and the patient moaning or groaning, and they don't hear popping and cracking sounds. They don't hear groaning and straining, you know, the structure shifting about them. Well, you know, I'm thinking that's an important thing for you to pay attention to. You can't just be looking around you all the time. You got to do what you're doing, but you can be alert to changes in things that are going on. If there's a fire going on, is the fire getting closer? Is it the smoke getting thick? If that's the case, do we breathe smoke? Better not. You won't do it very long. No. Answer's no. So you need to get out. Just be alert to changes in hazards. Use your safety equipment that's provided, or if you have additional or better safety equipment, you can use that, but use your safety equipment. Rotate teams. When we go into a big structure, like just the tornado that hit here in Buffalo, we were going through searching, there was, I don't know, 20 some houses. You think you're going to get tired before you search 20 some houses?
Oh, yeah.
So when your team, okay, any chain is only as strong as the weakest link in that chain, okay? Now I mean nothing negative by this, but we've got some people on our CERT team. We've got, in particular, one lady that's got a heart as big as a mountain. Unfortunately, her physical capabilities are limited. Now, she wants to be in the middle of everything. But in a physical situation, she's a bit of a liability. And we've talked to her about this. We need to figure out, we have another lady that's on the CERT team who's the same way. And she understands that she's physically not able, she wants to do it, but she's physically not able to do it. So I'm actually developing her to help me more on the emergency management side. She's got abilities to help me with paperwork and with doing other things, which is more useful to the team and more useful to me than having her out on the side of there trying to help somebody, and she's actually a detriment. She's a hindrance. She can't walk very well. You know, she's got medical issues. So your team, your individual team, is only as strong as the weakest person on that team. Because when that person starts having a problem, guess what? You've got to deal with it. So you're done. Your team is done. You've got to rotate out. Get your weak member, whomever that person might be, get them help, and send somebody else in. And that's fine. You just got to remember to rotate those teams. Or if you just say, you know, man, I'm really tired. I'm thirsty. I don't have any water. I need to cool off.
I'm starting to
Great.
feel dizzy.
Great. Well, I'm hoping you'd realize that you're pushing the envelope before you start getting dizzy. When you start saying, you know, I'm really pushing it, my heart's pounding, I'm hot, I'm thirsty, it's time for us to cool off. Send another team in, let us take a little break. That's great. No problem. Don't wait till you start exhibiting first stages of a problem. Anticipate. You know, well, I'll give you an example. If I decide to run from here to the sheriff's department, 2 blocks away, before I get to the sheriff's department, my heart's going to be pounding. Now, there's nothing inherently wrong with my heart pounding. But if my heart's thumping out of my chest and I feel like I'm about ready to collapse, it would be better for me to stop running before I collapse as opposed to run until I do collapse, because collapse is it the first sign that I'm having a problem? Well, the first sign is my heart going. I'm going, right?
Right.
Your heart's trying to
So,
tell you to stop.
okay, you know, you're driving home and all of a sudden your motor starts clattering and the red light on your dash comes on, you better pay attention, right?
Yeah,
Doesn't
it
that
does.
mean drive faster?
Screwed up the truck that
Doesn't
way.
that mean you need to drive faster?
So people think that, yeah. They call it an idiot light for a reason. So, yeah,
my
pay
older
attention.
brothers, I actually tore up a truck that way.
Yeah, okay,
Well, not speeding up.
but pay
No,
attention.
actually, I wasn't.
Pay attention to what's going on around you and rotate your teams in and out. Okay. Now, let's talk about if a building collapses. There's typical things that happen in a collapse there's types of collapses that we see over and over again. So let's talk about it. Now we're in a building that's been affected structurally. This is called a pancake void. I've got floors where the floors connect to the walls. They'll come down one on top of the other, okay? Sometimes they're just flat and there are no voids. But many times, either A, they'll stay connected, or B, one side will be propped up on desks, file cabinets, whatever, so one side is up a bit and it creates voids underneath that area. Those are prime places. Desks are real good places. People's working at a desk and something collapses, you know, people duck. Well, hopefully that desk will keep that stuff off of them to some degree. So this particular type is called a pancake. Notice it's like a stack of pancakes, okay? This one is a lean-to void, just what it sounds like, okay? Something collapsed, it's leaned up against a wall on one side, and there's a big open void underneath that. There was a lot of this in the Clinton collapse, where those buildings, multiple story building collapsed. There were a lot of voids like this. Okay, this V void, you see the V right here? So a building that maybe collapses in the middle and they come down and it makes a V, and so there's spaces where the X's are on either side where you can find people, okay?
I was looking back at that and I remember a game that 2 of us actually played called Fallout. It shows a lot of those kinds of
There you go. So, that is an example of the kinds we may see. Now, okay, there are individual places where people may be, bathtubs. A lot of people have ridden out tornadoes in bathtubs. In the old days, it was pretty good because those are usually steel with a porcelain lining on them. Nowadays, practically none of them are made with steel. They're all made of synthetic materials, and they're not strong like they used to be. So they're no longer a good place to ride out a tornado. But it does provide some protection from things collapsing on you. So, again, we mentioned desks, inside cabinets. When you're searching, don't neglect looking inside cabinets. Okay, little kids especially will hide in closets, under beds, inside cabinets, okay, under next to beds, and I mentioned all of those. So these are normal places, not just for kids, but especially kids will hide. Okay. Now this is real important. we talked about documentation, and we want to let people know what's going on. So this happened in Joplin. You see it in a lot of places. In Katrina, when they went down New Orleans, a lot of this went on. So we're going to talk about how to make a mark that's kind of a universal marking system that everybody will understand. So when your team goes into an area, you're going to make a slash like this, okay? This means the team has gone in. Right up here at the top, I'm going to put the date, what time I went in. I'm not going to put what time I come out, because I'm not out yet, right? I'm just in. So I'll put my enter date, okay? And I'm going to put my CERT ID. Now, one thing I was thinking about, we don't have individual CERT IDs, do we?
No.
We probably need to, I've got the ID card machine, we need to get everybody and make a CERT ID badge and assign a number.
I agree.
So everybody's got, and when you go, you take your CERT ID badge with you, and it's got your number. So here, you'd say, let's say there's 3 of you, and you guys are going in, and you're CERT 21, 22, and 23. Okay, you just write that right there. Or if you're a team, we could say you're team 1, or you're team 2, or you're team 3. And we know who team 3 is at the command post because we assigned the teams and we wrote down who's on each team. So if we said team 1, you wrote team 1. Well, the command post knows who that is. If we need to question you about your marking, call the command post and they can get in touch with you, and we can ask all of you certain questions if we had questions about what you found. Okay, does that make sense? But you need to enter some information here. When you go in, that tells who's in the house. Okay. When you leave the area, I'm going to come back here, I'm going to finish the slash like this. I'm going to put my time out, and then I'm going to put enter. Over here, I'm going to put down where did I search, and down here, I'm going to put down if there were survivors. If there were survivors, I'm either going to call them, if I found somebody, I'm going to put them down either D for dead or L for living. That's the only 2, living or dead, okay? If I found somebody that's dead, they're staying there. So I might put 2-D. But I found 3 others that were alive and we've got them out, then I would put below the 2D, I would put 3-L. And then we would say where those people went. And those that may be went to medical treatment area. Team 1 medical treatment area, or North treatment area, or Maple Street treatment area, or whatever the name of your treatment area is, wherever you sent them. Okay, does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
So if somebody comes up to this house and said, "Oh my God, that's my daughter's house. Is everybody okay?" And we have 2 that have passed, and I've got 3 that are living, and we're not going to write down who they are. Okay, public information, right? That information would be private. We don't want the next door neighbor to know who lived and who died. We don't want people passing down the road to know that. All we want them to know, and we're not writing dead or alive. We're putting L or D. So hopefully nobody besides us picks up on what that stands for. They don't really know that. So we don't want to advertise that, right? But I'm going to put 2D, 3L, transport to treatment, Maple Street treatment area. And then I'm done. That tells anybody else that comes up, maybe doing a secondary search, this house has been searched when the team went in, when they went out, where they searched, where they were. Now maybe another team might come in and search another area of the house, possibly. They shouldn't have to search the same area that you already searched, unless we have some reason to believe that we may have missed somebody. Well, there's a baby. We don't see the baby. We need to find out where the baby is. Then maybe we'd do a secondary search, in which case we'd do another mark. Okay, the same mark, just do a different place. And that marking is done with, it can be done with a Sharpie, it can be done with a marking pen. We've got some stuff for that, don't we?
We do.
Yeah, so that'll be passed out, you'll see that.
So, if we can't move them, will we just leave one there and say in the living room, or?
Leave one there, leave one wall.
Well, if they can't be moved, like if they gotta,
In that case, remember, we document
yeah, like they.
what we're doing. We would notify incident command that we have one still trapped.
I mean, how would we mark it down there?
We would not.
Wouldn't?
We would, well,
If you should.
that's a good point.
Like it said, he said, it'd be like in your example, two that.
It really didn't talk about that.
Yeah, three, no, and, right, the ones that are still ambulatory, where they went. And if there was one that was left alive and pinned, or we didn't feel comfortable moving them, have like an ambulance come by and pick them up.
I understand what you're asking me. I'm looking here to see.
If the book has any information.
Okay.
Okay, one thing it elaborates on, the search marking on the front of the structure should contain the total number of victims, whereas search markings inside the structure or building will include victim totals for specific search areas. Also, where victims indicate where victims and survivors have been taken. Doesn't say anything about, you know, I'm gonna have to do some research on that.
I would figure.
I'm
and
gonna do
that's-
some research. I'll get back with you.
I would figure it would be, you would put one or the number that we couldn't move and where they are.
Rather than assume, I'm gonna do some research so
I know.
I get to specific information. That way we're consistent with the rest of the Most Certain One team.
That makes sense.
But we don't wanna do something on ad hoc on our own and find out it's completely different than the other teams have done. It's a great question.
Yeah, not to mention,
Okay.
putting it under the door might have someone run in and put themselves in unnecessary danger doing that.
Okay,
Not someone's looking, but anyway.
so, okay, again, this is what we talked about. Dates always up here at the top. Who you are, your team is always here. Where you searched is always on the right, and victims that you found is always at the bottom. So I'm gonna make a note to check on that and try to find out. I'll talk to my Most Certain One person and see what their training says.
Okay.
Okay, so search methodology. We already talked about all this. Okay, when you're inside, if anybody can hear my voice, come here. We've talked about that more than once. We're a fire department, in the fire department days, and we're doing interior searches, and you know, you can't see your hand in front of your face. You yell out, "Fire department, anybody hear me?" But you also need to shut up and not make noise, where if somebody is trying to talk to you, they may be weak, they may be trapped, maybe you just hear them coughing, you know, maybe they're tapping. Maybe that's all they can do is tap. You need to be able to listen to what's being tried to communicate to you to see if there's a response. You know, if you're constantly making noise, jabber jabbering amongst your team, doing whatever, your odds of being able to hear a victim are lessened, right? So you really want to keep your conversation strictly related to necessary communication among the team, call out the victims, and then stay quiet and try to listen for a response, okay? That's important. If anybody that does respond, ask them for more information. They may know how many people's in the building. They may know special areas where there was a bunch of people working or a bunch of kids staying. Maybe there's a daycare downstairs or whatever case may be. So if you find victims, ask them if they know how many might be, or is there any special places that we need to look, okay? Survivors very likely will be in shock, you know, wouldn't you be if your building just collapsed on you in the middle of a perfectly normal work day? They may be confused. Don't be surprised or upset by that. Just take it in stride. Okay. When I'm searching a multi-floor building, the fire department, we either use a right-hand search or a left-hand search. If you go in a building that you can't see very well, or you just go in and you start searching, it's real easy to skip areas. We'll practice this when we do our skills. But notice I come in the building right here, and they're going to do a right-hand search. So I'm the lead person. Let's say I'm crawling. My hand is always touching the right-hand wall. I'm staying in contact with the right-hand wall and follow. I'm in touch all the way, right-hand wall, all the way. Going back. And eventually, if I follow that right-hand wall all the way, I eventually will make my way right back to where I started. One floor. Now, if I found a victim right here and visibility's poor, I can continue to go right-hand with that victim, and eventually I'll get them out the front door. Or I can switch right here and I can put my left hand on the wall and come back right the way I came. So if you're in a great big building and you go a little ways in and you find somebody, it's going to be a lot more effective for you to turn around and go back the way you came than it would be to try to continue going forward, because it's a big building, a warehouse. You got to go a long ways to get them out, right?
Right.
Make sense? What you don't want to do is go cross country. Think, it's right there, I'll just head straight forward. Unless you're absolutely certain that the door you're looking at is the door to the outside. And a lot of times when people have done searches in the fire world, where they went in and they got disoriented because they got turned around, and instead of going back out to safety, they went deeper in the fire, and eventually the building collapsed or the building burned up and killed them. It happens a lot. That's why we developed this right-hand, left-hand search. Okay? Doesn't matter which way you go. Pick left, right. Makes no difference. You want to search a complete floor. Some people will go all the way to the top floor and search the top floor first and work their way down from the top. Other people start at the bottom and work their way up. To me, that's more logical, because if I found somebody, I don't want to be walking by somebody that's trapped needing my help. If, as I make my way 4 floors up, and for them to wait for me to make all my way down, I'd rather clean it as I go. But that's me. It doesn't have to be that way. So make a decision based on what you find when you get there, okay? But if it's a multi-story building, you either start at the top or you start at the bottom. You go floor by floor, and you'll do the same thing each time, right hand or left hand. Search the entire floor. Make sense? So if it's been damaged, I'm not probably going to use the elevator, am I?
No.
So I'm going to go to the stairwell. I'm going to open the door. First thing I'm going to do is call out, CERT team, is anybody here? Can anybody hear my voice? If you get a response, can you make your way to me? If they can, then fine. You can send them down the stairs, try to help them get out of the building. Get maybe, depending on how many people you have on the CERT team, you might have one person that you could assign to take the survivors downstairs and get them to wherever they're collecting. If not, send them down. If they can walk and they just disoriented, don't know what to do, Usually you get to an exit pretty close to getting out of, there's, you're blah, blah, blah. When you have an exit, usually the bottom exit on the bottom floor is fairly close to a way out of the building, right? So, get them to that lower floor and get them out of the building. If they're not able to get to you, but they can say something, well then, you know, initiate your search. Should you go right toward where the voice is, or should you start doing your right or left hand?
I would say probably start doing your right or left hand.
Exactly, because you may bypass somebody that's trapped that can't talk. Just because we may not be able to extricate them from a heavily damaged building, doesn't mean we just don't find them, does it?
Right.
We want to know they're there. We want to document where they are so somebody else with more training or somebody that come in and recover their body can get them out of that building eventually. We want to know they're there. So we need to search everywhere to know that we safely can search. If there's an area we can't search, we're going to do that on a mark. We're going to do our mark. Remember, on the right side. Unable to search, unsafe. Too dangerous. So it's clearly marked right there that you were here on this date, this time. You did not search the area because it was unsafe for you to get into. And you move on. Right?
Right.
That means when somebody else comes, was this room been searched? No, it has not. And here's why. Because it was not safe. We deemed it unsafe. So somebody with more training can come in and maybe get to it. We talked about this. Listen for tapping, listen for voices, movements. Sometimes somebody just, there's any number of noises you can hear. Moaning, you know, gurgling. Somebody's seriously injured and all you hear is gurgling when they're, you know,
Just trying to breathe.
you can't, they can't talk.
No.
They're probably not going to survive, but we don't know that. You got to find them anyway, if you can. So,
Still find them, call it in.
listen. Okay, well, they talk about triangulation, allow you to view the location from several perspectives. So if I've got a collapsed building, if I look at it from right here, I see one view. Okay, maybe I can see somebody, maybe I can't. But if I walk over here, I get a completely different view. And maybe they're blocked from view because of all the debris here. But if I look at it from another angle, they're right there. I can see their feet, or I can see their head, or I can see them. You know, so looking at them from multiple angles sometimes can help you determine whether or not somebody is there, or whether it's safe for me to try to look at it, or go in or not. Want to keep records of rescued survivors and of those who remain trapped or are dead. And we talked about that. I just don't know how that relates to marking on the wall. It might be that it's fine to just put down there in that lower quadrant, one trapped in an upper bedroom. That could be.
We'll find out when you get a chance to talk.
I'll find out. And then report information to the emergency services personnel. That's more than likely going to be the incident commander of the scene itself. And I want you to keep in mind, if we went to the tornado that happened here in 2003, is the same tornado that destroyed Pierce City, destroyed Stockton. It went through multiple areas. That track on that tornado was about 75 miles long. In Dallas County, we had 100 homes that had damaged or destroyed. 2 fatalities here in Dallas County. We were kind of at the tail end of it. Very tail end of it. We didn't get listed about it because, you know, Stockton, the square in Stockton got wiped out. Pierce City got wiped out. Multiple fatalities. I don't remember Stockton had fatalities, but In any case, what we had as for damage was very minor compared to what they had. So when they talked about the storm, they all talked about Pierce City and Stockton. That's where all the responders went. That's where all the resources went. We didn't get squat. Didn't even get listed on TV a lot. It was offensive. What if it was your family members that got killed here in Dallas County? They don't even list that we had a tornado. That would be offensive, right? So that's part of my job. Whereas you only need to know where to show up and what to do. That's your job. Once you get there, that'll be your world and it'll be taken care of. Does that matter? You'll operate within your own world. You won't be worried about the other worlds. The other worlds will be like the other planets of the solar system. They'll take care of themselves, right? You won't have to. So, how we doing? We need to take a break?
I kind of do.
Okay, we'll take a short break.
Anybody got anything else? Or something?
Exterior search. We talked about interior searches and how we're going to do either a left-hand or a right-hand search, right? We're either going to start at the bottom floor and go up, or we're going to start at the top floor and go down, search everything as we go. And how to mark. Now, we get involved, probably the most thing we do around here, and the CERT team hasn't been involved in that yet. But we will. And I've been involved in probably 6 or 8 exterior searches where we looked for an elderly person that's wandered away, a child, multiple
Your
things.
laptop fell asleep.
Oh, Phil. Bloody thing. So, one in particular had an infant. Idiot. There we go. There we go. Had an infant in Lebanon, in Laclede County. Got called out one evening, late one evening. It was cool, dark, a little rainy. We went over, we took, a couple of us went over to Lebanon, to Laclede County to help search for this little infant. We're not in charge of anything. They just said, you go with these group and go to this place. Set up a kind of a grid search. We went out in the woods and was walking through this particular area. He ended up finding the infant. We didn't find him, thank goodness. They did find the infant. The infant didn't make it very far from the house, walked into a pond, drowned. Happens.
Yeah.
Elderly person out in the south end of the county. Probably 1.5 miles from the house, quite a ways away. Found them, they're fine. They just were sitting their back against a pole, one of these big cross-country transmission lines. They, they always clear all the trees out. Well, they walked down through there and was sitting up against a pole. Kids, but if you've got a big geographical area, it can be difficult to find somebody because there's so much area. How do you know? I've got 50 people that are willing to search. Well, if it's rough terrain, trees, grass, whatever, I can't spread out 50 feet apart because there's too much area for them to hide in the center of that, between 50 feet, right? So we need to be close, maybe touch it, arm to arm. Well, how big a swath can I cover with 50 people? 250 feet? 300 feet maximum? Well, if I've got 10 miles of area to cover, that's going to take a while. So what do? Just like the incident management system or the incident command system, I got a great big area. I'm going to break it down into smaller areas. And one by one, I'm going to cover those small areas. And so when I got that area done, I'll go to the next area and I'll start searching that. And then I'll go to the next area and search that. Okay. grid search. Okay? If I'm out in, anybody here know Kansas very well?
I've been there a few times, yes.
Well, you know, wide open there, you can usually, a lot of places you can see pretty long distances in Kansas. Iowa's flat too, but usually there's corn you can't see. So, Kansas you can see, well, northern Missouri, yeah.
Parts of Montana.
Oh, yeah. So any part of the country where it's wide open, flat ground, where you can see for a long distance, if there's no vegetation or if the vegetation is low, we got a pretty good chance of being able to see somebody if they're laying there, right? So the distance between searchers can be wider, so we can cover a bigger swath. If, like most of Dallas County is hilly and trees, grass everywhere, you have to be close together. You have to be close, because there's just too many places for people to hide, or they fell and hurt themselves. Bluffs, logs, trees, holes, caves, you name it. It's all here. So we would have to be close. So I'm going to set up a grid search. I'll set my distance between the searches according to what I've got to deal with as I'm doing my search. I want to make sure that the edges of my search pattern, when I go down and I come back, I want to overlap those edges a little bit to make sure I don't leave a space that didn't get searched.
So kind of like mowing your lawn, you overlap a little bit to make sure you get everything evenly.
Exactly right. That way we know that when we've searched, we've covered all of the area. Try to go in as straight a line as possible. I'll tell you from experience, you can't always stay in a straight line, especially when you go through the woods. You can't walk through a tree, so you got to go around. And I'll tell you, if there's multiflora rose bushes or anything with sticky stuff on it, you're going to go around that.
Briars.
Yeah. You're going to go around that, you know, old wells, cisterns, you name it. We have to avoid those obstacles. So go in as straight a line as you can. It's not possible to say perfectly straight, but do the best you can. Once an area has been searched, you want to mark it. And now that we're talking about on a piece of paper where you've got your grid, where you've laid out what you're going to do. For instance, okay, if I start here and I search that one, when I've searched that one, I want to mark it. Okay, then I go to the next. Whoops, go to the next one. Then the next one, or this one, or however you do it. Okay. If I find somebody, now the search part is over, right? I found them. Now I need to rescue. This is where the rescue part of the operation comes in. Okay, so I'm going to remove objects and debris to free the survivors and create a safe rescue environment for myself. If there's multiple survivors, I want to triage, treat the less injured first. Excuse me, didn't say that accurately. I'm going to treat the ABS, airway breathing shock, first, because they're the ones that are about ready to die. They're the ones I treat first. Now, when I triage, what do? I say, anybody can hear the sound of my voice, if you can walk, come to me. I'm not treating them, but I am triaging them, correct?
First step of triage, they get walked the proper fine.
That's right. So, then I'm going to remove the survivors that I can safely remove. Remove debris if needed. Here's what I'll say to you. If we're doing search and rescue, I'm not going to mess with removing debris unless that debris poses a hazard either to the victims or to the rescuers by remaining in place. If the debris is not in a place that's going to cause a risk to you or the survivors, leave it alone. We're not there to clean the place up, right?
Right.
Now, if I've got something that's been on fire and it's smoking, that could be a hazard for us, right? So if I could maybe take that item and get it outside where it's not smoking in a house anymore, creating an unsafe environment, as long as it's not burning, but it's just smoking, smoldering. If I can get it outside and get that smoke away from myself and the victim, that's not necessarily a bad thing if it's safe for you to do that. Now, we don't have fire gloves, so we have to be careful what we do. But we'll have leather gloves, so if it's like an old couch that's been on fire and it's been extinguished, but it's still smoldering, they put off a lot of, that old insulation in them that's pretty nasty stuff to be breathing. So if you can pitch it outside, yeah, great. You're making it safe for you and the victim, right?
And if it's still smoldering, it could possibly reignite at some point later, right?
It's possible, depends on, if it contains enough heat to continue to smolder until it builds up enough heat to reignite, it could do that. That's not really gonna be our monkey.
Prerogative, yeah.
It's not our monkey to deal with, somebody else's circus at that point. Once we get the victims out, then that's the fire department, they can deal with that. That's not our thing. The only reason we're concerned at all is it might create an unsafe environment for us and the survivors. Okay. Remember, maintain your safety. Triage in lightly and moderately damaged buildings. If it's heavily damaged, we don't go in. We document, let command know we've got a building that's heavily damaged. If we hear somebody in there, make sure and let command know that we've got a building. We know there's victims in there. We can't go in. They're gonna need to send somebody with more training. Okay? So evacuate them as quickly as possible. Okay, things to do to minimize the risk. We talked about this. Hey, my heart's pounding. I'm feeling dizzy. I'm really dehydrated. I can't hardly talk. My mouth's dry. Signs of dehydration, or it's a hot day and you're out there working, you've been sweating away and all of a sudden you quit sweating. But you think that's a bad sign?
That's a very bad sign.
Yeah. Know your limitations. Don't push yourself past the point where you become a victim and we have to take care of you. Although I will say this, from a fire department perspective, I risk little to save little. I risk a lot to save a lot. From a big picture view, you have to take this training from the big picture view. From a personal view, would I ever try to rescue anybody from a burning car? Personally, yeah. I would try. Am I going to jump in the flames and set myself on fire to do it? No. I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to kill myself. But will I risk getting burned a little bit to try to get somebody out? Sure. I probably would do that if I felt like I had any chance at all of getting them out. I would try to do that. That's a personal decision. I'm driving down the highway. As a CERT team leader or a CERT team member, would I say to do that?
Nope.
No. Well, use your extinguisher.
Extinguisher first and then.
If you can knock the fire down and get them out, great. Who wouldn't? So, know your limitations, follow the safety procedures that we've talked about. Okay, we're going to remove debris from a victim by either leveraging, raise it up, we're going to use cribbing. By the way, I've got 12 4x4 blocks to go with our cribbing.
Okay.
And all of them have got holes drilled in the end of them. All the cribbing has holes drilled in it. So I'm going to buy some like ski rope. And when we get together, I want everybody to cut links and tie ropes on, because then you can grab bundles by the rope and carry bundles at a time. It's a lot better way to move cribbing around.
I agree.
So that'll be one of the things we do. Maybe they'll do it on the day when we're messing with the practical skills. That'll be something for the CERT team members to do. So anyway, we're cribbing, and cribbing is using pre-cut chunks of wood, doesn't have to be pre-cut, you might be able to, if you happen to be on a construction site where there was lumber scraps laying around, you can use those scraps, but using pieces of wood, and we stack them in, I'll put two, let's say I use them 4x4s, they're 18 inches long. I'll lay two this direction, then I'll lay two on top of that, then two back this way, two on that way, and that's called cribbing. I build boxes and they go higher and higher. I goes up to the point where it's begins to be unstable, and then I don't want to do that. I want to keep it stable. But
Almost like building a pier for a mobile home.
it is, only
Tight.
it's temporary. I've cribbed under 500,000, the wheel of a $500,000 RV one time. It was in a ditch about ready to fall over. Tipped it up, put cribbing under it, and fixed it so they could pull it over on the roadway and get it back up on the road. To keep things from rocking, you make them stable, and the only way to make them stable is to crib under the point of the, it doesn't have to be the tire, it might be a frame, it might be a fender, but part of the vehicle that needs to be supported, you crib up underneath that. So there's a big sidewalk, concrete sidewalk section that we'll simulate as having a victim under, and we're going to raise that up using pry tools that we have, also just using a piece of lumber, and we'll raise that up and crib underneath it, and teach you how to do that. And when I tell you this, when you're doing something like that, anything you want to have at the end of the day to use, you don't get under the weight. And I promise you will, and I promise I'll rip you a new one for doing it.
I did that on just a bunch of heavy boxes
Yep.
and a pallet.
People, we just do dumb things that we don't think about. Happened in the first class, happened in the second class.
I like sticking your head over the tube that you're loading with firework.
Oh, that's how we thin out the G fuel. That's a whole other thing. So,
Fuses weren't connected.
so we're lifting stuff. We use proper lifting techniques. Now, everybody should know this. We've been told this forever, but we all
Oh
ignore
God,
it.
you don't know how many times I have to remind people.
We ignore it because, well, it's not easy always to do this, is it?
No, it's not.
And it's, you know, there's something like this. This is not the natural way guys want to do it. We just bend over and pick it up, right? That's how you end up at my age with back problems.
I already have it.
I worked at Associated Grocers, which is a food warehouse place, for almost 30 years. I've lifted hundreds of thousands of cases of stuff. You couldn't unload 100-pound bags of potatoes stacked on the floor of a rail car. There is no way to do that. And if you're doing it that way, the bosses are going to be on you because it takes too long. You need to get moving, Lane. Get moving. Get that stuff unloaded. So you bend over and pick them up, and sling them. But this is what we're supposed to do. Keep your back straight, bend your knees, keep the load close to your body, push up with legs. Better yet, 2 people pick up the heavy load instead of 1. Much safer, right? Work in the buddy system. And leveraging and cribbing. Performed in tandem, so I'm leveraging to raise it, and then somebody else on the team is cribbing under it as I raise it. That way, as I bring something heavy up off the ground, there's cribbing. If it did try to fall, it can only fall a short distance, and there's something under it. It can't fall all the way back to the bottom. Does that make sense? So as I raise the slab, I'm going to raise it up far enough to get cribbing under it, and I'm going to let it back down. And I'll raise again when they're ready. We'll put the next layer under it. Raise it up, put the next layer under it. Then we'll let it back down. Reposition my fulcrum. Do it again. So as I'm raising it up, it's like, the example would be, if I want to change the flat tire on my car, I put the tire jack. Tire jacks are notoriously dangerous, right? They're real bad about tipping. So,
Especially the old bumper jacks.
yeah, so I'm gonna raise it up, but I'm gonna not get under it in case it falls. When I get it up high enough, I'm gonna put my jack stand underneath there. So if that jack decides to fall, I still have something there, because A, I don't want it on me, and B, I don't have to figure out how to get the dang thing back up off the ground once I've got the tire off of it, and I've got to try to figure out how to get it back up. It's easier just to keep it up once it's there. Jack stand works great, which would be the same thing as cribbing, right? I've got it up, now I'm gonna keep it up. And then once you get everything repaired, then you can take it back out. So, this helps extricate survivors that are trapped under debris. You can use various materials and objects. Could I use cement blocks if I had cement blocks available?
Certainly.
Absolutely could. I can use a steel pry bar to pry with. I can use a 2x4. I can use all kind of stuff to pry with, right? As long as it's not something that's, you're going to start prying and it's going to snap in two and let that leg drop. I don't want that.
So if you're doing that with a 2x4, you listen to it carefully, see if it's starting to fatigue and.
You'll get a sense of, let's say I've got a 10-foot 2x4 and I'm right at the very end. I can lift an awful lot of weight if my fulcrum is close to the short end. Yep, I can lift a lot of weight with that. But if I'm lifting a lot of weight, then I'm going to be bowing that 2x4, and I'll get a feel if I'm the one doing the lifting. I'll kind of get a feel on whether I'm pushing the stability of that board or not, right? If it's so much that I'm about ready to crack it, well, I've got options. I can turn that thing over on its edge, and it's stronger, right?
On its thicker side.
As long as they don't flop over on me. So there's just various things you can use to pry with. Many times if you're doing a search, you may have a pry bar with you. You may have to find stuff there should be stuff around. If I've had a building collapse, you should be able to find something that you can use. Okay, there's two types of removal. Once I've got somebody that's trapped and I raise that stuff up, notice I've got cribbing under there. One of them is self-removal or assisted removal. They'll say, hey, if you get this off of me, I can get out myself, okay? Or give me a hand and help me and I can get out. That's self-removal or assist. And then I've got lifts and drags. There's several different lifts and drags that we can use for people that have been injured. We can't remove themselves, but I can help them. So we'll talk about those here just a little bit later. Which extrication method do I need to use? Depends on how stable the stuff is that you need to extricate them from. How many rescuers? Here we got quite a few rescuers, right? So quite a few people available. What's the strength and ability of the rescuers? We have people on our CERT team that are pretty strong. They understand the logistics of raising something heavy that makes sense to them. And we have other people that's like, no, not so strong. They probably shouldn't be the ones in charge of doing an extrication like that because it doesn't make sense to them. You know what I'm saying? So if it's not something that you're strong in, maybe you be the guy the person that goes and gets the cribbing and does what you're told, but you're not the one in charge of saying, we'll do this or we'll do that. Depends on the ability of the rescuers and the condition of the survivor. That's something else we need to keep in account. If I've got something laying on top of somebody, when I raise, if I'm trapped under this gigantic notebook that weighs hundreds of pounds, and it's been laying on my legs for 45 minutes, to get that out, I don't want somebody raising up on this side and putting all that weight down on one thin edge, right? Or I don't want them lifting it up and it slides and it scrapes me or pins me, because then that's just going to do more damage, right? So I want to make sure that whoever does that is able to raise that, take the pressure off equally, bring it straight up, and make sure that it stays up. It doesn't drop back down on me.
So the condition of the survivor is part of what I need to take into consideration as well. Once I get them, the stuff, whatever it is that's pinning them down, once I get it off of them, this is a terrible picture. There's the one person arm carry. Okay, you lift around the survivor's back and under their knees. So in other words, they're laying at the side. I'm going to be beside them, facing them. I'm going to put one arm around their back, another one under their knees. Keep them close to me, keeping my back straight, right? Lift with my knees. Pick them up. You're going to cradle them like you do a little kid, right? You see that. Sorry the picture's so gnarly. Is the picture in your book better?
I don't know if there's even a picture.
Yeah, there
in the
is.
book.
Yeah, it's better because it's black and white drawing.
I see.
Okay. All right. This is, if this is a big person, if somebody my size, you're probably not going to be able to do it one person arm carry. I weigh 260.
No.
Not going to happen.
Even lifting properly, I'd probably still throw my back out.
Yeah, it's not going to be a smart idea. So, but if the person is small, you probably could. I could do a one-person carry for you. I'm sure I could with my history. You know, I've lifted weights all my life, you know, one way or another. So, again, think about your safety first, remember? So if it's a great big person, don't try to use a one-person arm carry because you probably just hurt yourself, and that's not what we're going to do. Pack strap carry. You get them on your feet. Stand his or her back to the survivor. The CERT member would stand with your back to the survivor. Put the survivor's arms over your shoulders. Grab the hands in front of the rescuer's chest. Hoist the victim by bending forward slightly until your feet just clear the floor. And that's good for quick removal from over a short distance. If you got to go downstairs, upstairs, it's not going to work. And for you, try to do that to me. I'm 6'2".
Yeah, that ain't gonna work.
That's not going to work, right?
Right.
So again, common sense would dictate that if the victim is short and you're about the same height, it would work. Or if you're tall and the victim is short, it would also work.
Charlie lifted me like that would work, but reverse.
You just got to get an idea, again, the logistics of it. If you were to try to lift me that way, even if you could lift me, well, you'd have to be bent at a 90-degree angle to get my feet off the ground. And then you can't see where you're going. You'd be overbalanced and you would probably fall down, hurt yourself. So that doesn't make sense, right? So that one's out. Now we've got the two-person carry. I'll tell you, this one is, we do this a lot in the fire service. This one works great. The person in the back here behind their body, you reach beneath their armpits, and you come up here, you cross the victim's arms like this, and you reach in and you grab their wrists like that. Lift up so their arms are crossed. The victim's arms are crossed and you're holding their wrists from behind. You don't want to grab them like this because that lets their arms go this way and it's hard for you to hold them like this. But if you cross their arms and grab their wrists from behind, then their hands are locked together. Okay? And it keeps you from lifting, it keeps you from losing grip. So you reach under their armpits and grab a hold of their wrists like that. Pull up like this. The other person, they show face the victim, they've got their knees bent, They say to grab under the knees. Well, if you're short, I have a problem with that because my leg is this long. I can't I'm right up in your face trying to get to your knee, okay? Can't do that. So I have to try to reach out a little bit and pick you up. But anyway, keeping your back straight, you both lift, pick the victim up. The way they're facing here, you can see that no matter which way you go, one of the rescuers is walking backwards.
Yeah.
So this rescue works fine for a bigger deal. Again, it's not very good for long distance because somebody's going backwards. Okay, so it's kind of a short distance, get you out, move you somewhere, especially if it's a bigger person. I can get you out of there, get you out of the immediate area of danger for right now, and then maybe if I've got to go a long ways, maybe I need to come up with a better way. Chair carry is a great way to carry somebody. Provided, notice this chair's got arms. That's an important consideration. If the victim is conscious, that's good because that means that the victim can assist in trying to maintain balance as you're moving around and going through obstacles and over rough parts. If the victim is unconscious, they're not going to do anything to help maintain their own balance. You know, they're laying there like this. And so when you lean this way, their head's going to go that way. And then when you lean this way, without a chair, without a railing on the chair, they could roll off the chair. They can't compensate for the changes in the plane that you're carrying them on, and they can't assist you in staying in the chair. So it's you can end up rolling them off the chair. Does that make sense?
Because there'll be reactionary bump and jostle.
Yeah. So this is a good way to carry people. It's just like when the two-person carry. The person behind grabs hold of the chair on the backside. The person in front grabs the bottom legs. This is not good with folding chairs. Folding chairs is not good. These particular chairs would be good. The sturdiness of the chair is something you want to think about. If it's plastic, like they make these plastic one-piece lawn chairs,
Yeah.
no good.
See them
No
out
good.
front of Dollar General.
Yeah, don't try to move somebody with that. But this is a great, pretty safe way. When my wife broke her ankle at my house before I redid everything, my stairs went up this way, and then they turned this way, and then you went in, right in. So it was a zigzag to go in my house. Couldn't get the cot in the house. Couldn't get the cot. So we had the option, either we put her on a backboard and turn her sideways to come out the door and down the steps, or we put her on a chair. We opted for a chair, and it worked fine, you know, but it's
Picture up there is different than what's down here. Well, then he's facing them like the two-person
Two-person?
carry.
yeah.
Down here in the chair carry, they're both facing the same direction.
Okay, I don't have those illustrations. Let me see. Maybe I do. Yeah, I've got this. Yeah, well, now I'll tell you, now the problem, the good part about that is that if you gotta go a long distance, you're both looking. That's on page 562, April, you see it?
Got it, yeah.
But if you're going a long distance, that would be best because then somebody's not walking backwards, so it's safer. The problem is getting it up to the point. It's picking up. If you've got your arms back like this and you're trying to stand up and pick up a chair, it's not easy to do because your hands are behind you, picking up a weight. Does that make sense?
Oh, yeah.
The risky part would be getting to your feet. Now, if you had somebody to assist, get it up in the air so that you could then get a hold of it to carry it, that'd be great. You know, if you got to do it yourself, God's in the details. Really, You're
Right.
trying to pick somebody up and you roll them out of the chair and cause them additional injuries because you're trying to make it convenient for yourself to be able to walk a long distance. Maybe you're better walking backwards until you get tired and then set them down and trade with the person who's been behind. You know, you go to the backside and let them come to the front, trade back and forth. Comes back once again to know your limitations, okay? I'll just tell you from practical experience, it's very difficult to pick them up either by picking them up under the legs or in a chair with your back to the victim. It's difficult to do. It can be done, but it's kind of precarious at one, there's a tipping point where it's hard to do.
And I was wanting to check, make sure which one is the proper way, both for viable or.
The safest way is this way, for the
Okay.
victim. For the victim, this is the safest. Not necessarily most convenient for the rescuer. So, now here's a great one. A blanket carrier. We've actually got a device in amongst our supplies. It's a tarp made with handles sewn into it to transport a victim over a long period of, a long distance. It is a fantastic way. Use this to carry victims who can't be removed by other means. Requires 4 to 6 rescuers to ensure stability. Excuse me. One rescuer must be designated the lead person. And I'll say this, you know who the person is. If you're people all the way around the victim, you know who the person is that calls the shots. Person at the head. The person at the head is always the one that calls the shots. And if I'm working with Mercy Ambulance with paramedics and EMTs on there, and I'm there as a fire department, and I'm holding C-spine, I'm getting ready to lift the patient, I'm the one that calls out. Okay, on 3, 1, 2, 3. And they all lift at my command. And if I'm on the side and somebody else is at the head, I lift at their command. The person at the head is the one that has control.
When
Okay?
you're doing the C-spine, it lifts suddenly, you can accidentally wrench the neck.
It's just a rule of thumb, the person at the head is the one that calls the cadence. So we're gonna do a blanket carry. Put the blanket next to the victim to make sure the blanket will extend under the survivor's head. Want the head to be supported, not hanging off. Okay? Tuck the blanket under the survivor and assist the survivor in moving to the center of the blanket. What we can do, if you've got the person extricated from under whatever was trapping them, but now I need to move them, if it's safe to do so, you can hold C-spine or roll them up on their side. Take the tarp and bunch it up right under their back, right next to their body. Then roll them back on their back gently, holding their, maintaining spinal stabilization. Then all that edge will be right here, and you can reach that edge and pull it under them, and it'll be completely under their body. We do that moving people as EMTs all the time. People at the nursing homes use those to move people from sheets. You use the sheets off the bed. We got to move them from one bed to the next. We just take the sheet, take the corners, bunch the sheets up, get on the opposite side of the bed, and you grab the sheets, you pull them right across to the new bed. And then once they're back on the new bed, roll them up, take the old sheets off. Everything's good, right? I never have to pick them up, just slide them right across. So blanket carry is great. Okay, the 3 rescuers squatting on each side, roll the edges of the blanket. If you don't have handles, then you roll up the edge of the blanket to make a thick wad to give you something to grab hold of. You don't want to just grab as much as possible. So if I got 2 guys that are 6'8" in the front and 2 guys that are 5'3" in the back, they're going to be sitting like that, right? That's not really great. But as best you can, you want to try to keep them fairly level, okay? Okay, now we'll practice all this stuff when we do our practical skills. This is one of the things that we'll practice doing, okay? You must also lower the survivor together using the same steps. So, I'm going to ready to lower. Count of 3. 1, 2, 3, lower. Everybody will lower the survivor in unison. We're not gonna bang them on the ground when we get down close. Gently let them settle on the ground. Okay, you can use blankets, carpet, any number of things to be able to move. That table right there could be used to move somebody, right?
Mm-hmm.
We just gotta make sure that we don't let them roll off. Yeah. Okay. Log rolling, we talked about that already. That's what we use for survivors with a suspected or confirmed C-spine injury. What might make me suspect a C-spine injury? If some heavy weights fell on them,
Yeah,
if they fell a distance, right?
that would be one
If
suspicion.
somebody's in a car wreck, would I suspect a C-spine injury?
Mhm.
Depends on the car wreck.
Yeah,
If it's a fender bender at Woods parking lot, and it's knocked somebody's headlight out, could have a spinal injury, especially for an infant,
yeah,
but for a grown-up, the odds are low that there probably wasn't a spinal injury, right? For that type of a deal. 2 cars hit on the highway, or a car runs off the road and rolls 5 times, high suspicion of possible spinal injury, right?
yeah, and I've actually seen that happen.
Even if they're in the seatbelt, because their head's still banging around, right? So I want to probably maintain the C-spine. So that would be an indicator for using a log roll then to keep that spinal stabilization as best I can. Get the blanket under and then pick them up, because then they're supported the entire length of their body by whatever I'm using to pick them up, correct?
Correct.
So, if the survivor is unconscious, assume he or she has a cervical spine injury. Okay, and again, that person at the head makes the call. Okay. Now, the blanket drag. If necessary, one person can use a blanket drag following the steps. Wrap the survivor in a blanket, squat down and grab the edge of the blanket, drag the survivor across the floor. What you typically do if you get them on a blanket, you'll bunch the blanket up here. You're going to grab right next to their neck, under the shoulders here, grab a bunch of the blanket. You pick up, you want to have a little bit of a dip under the neck, because that creates a place for their head to set, okay? But you don't want to be clear out wide, because it's hard to pull like that. My hands fairly close together, and then I've got a place where the head can fit between my fists, and it kind of cradles their head. Pick up and pull, okay? You can drag them. Now, you can't drag people up or down stairs this way. You can drag them across the floor to maybe to where some other people can assist you. If you got to go downstairs, this is not the way to go. Because boom, 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 down steps is going to cause more injuries, right? So we can't do that. Any questions about that? No, there's an exercise here for survivors carries. And I'm going to do the exercise. We'll do all that stuff on our final day. And if that final day, if it lasts till 6 or 6:30, I'm okay with that. Whatever it takes to get through the practical skills. Okay?
No problem.
All right. So, summarize. How to decide whether to attempt rescue or not. That's based on the type of structure that it is, right? The amount of damage that's done. Light, medium, or heavy. Okay? What is the objective of interior, exterior search and rescue? How do we do the size up? You guys have got the checklist, which I thoroughly advise you to pay attention to and use. We talked about how to do mark a building. I've got the question about what we do about if we find somebody. We talked about the functions of rescue. Talked about how to remove debris. maybe more importantly, when to remove debris. Okay? I mean, how to remove it, it's not that difficult. If I've got a 12-inch I-beam that's in my way, am I gonna remove that?
No.
No, I don't think
It's
anybody
like you're
is.
supporting something that's keeping it from falling on you.
Well, not only that, but it's just too heavy, I can't move it. You know,
That too.
I'm not gonna move it, so. We talked about how to extricate survivors and what to, and different ways to extricate, multiple ways to move them out. So, that's pretty much the end of this section. Any questions about it? Nope. Self-evident? Okay.
About the whole lift and carry, I actually do that quite often with bending my knees, because I used to work at Emerson,
Yeah?
yeah, pop top and salvage. If I was lifting really low compression up, that small stars, they're about like, what, 10 pounds?
Anywhere from about 10 to 25 pounds.
Yeah, that's not much. I used to do those all the time. I just grab them and put them up there, but the bigger ones, I would
Now,
definitely.
the quantums, you can still lift some of them, the lighter ones. When you start getting into question, you're talking 100+ pounds.
I'd have to do that. I had to lift those a lot of times with.
What do they hoist for?
The hoist wouldn't reach that far, man.
Yes, I'm aware of that.
You pop up and salvage.
Yes, I'm aware of that. I've worked over there before. You'd be surprised just how much I can move that lift.
Not as far as they wanted to do it. They probably reorganized it since you worked back here. I had to move it from right there to all the way over there. When the hoist, even stretching it, would only make it to right about here. And you know what the most hilarious thing is? Majority of those things were ones that had to be sent straight to salvage, not pop top. So I would end up having to, so I would have to end up going to Oldham, to let the majority of them over there.
All right.
Unless it's the bottom line, that I took the ones I could and just like,
CERT organization. In this one, we're going to talk about the CERT structure. We're going to identify how CERTs interrelate with instant command system. We're going to talk about the documentation requirements. This really has changed from the one, this
Has it?
2005 version that we did. Okay, again, we just went over the other class, so I'm not going to review it again right now. So the topics we're going to talk about are CERT organization, mobilization, documentation. CERT team, just like any other response organization, relies on effective communications. So communication is key. Accuracy is important, clarity is important, you know, so that's something that a lot of people have to learn. They don't necessarily think that way, but generic statements lead to opportunities for confusion and mistakes, so need to be clear. All right, principles of on-scene management. Maintaining the safety of disaster workers. My job, when I respond to a scene, is to take something that is out of control and eventually regain control of it, okay? So if I've got a part of town that's been hit by a tornado, I can't stop the tornado. But what I can do is react to the damage the tornado did. And I can try to prevent a given area from becoming more dangerous than it already is. And try to regain control of those things in there that are dangerous right now. So the first thing I want to do is take control of the seed and keep it from getting any worse than it already is right now, and eventually start making it better. So, I'm going to maintain the safety of the disaster workers. I want to provide clear leadership and organizational structure. That's what the incident management system, the incident command system does for us. The improve the effectiveness of rescue efforts. If I've got one group on one side of an incident, other group on the other side of an incident, on one side there's just 2 or 3 people and they're working their tails off and they need extra help, but they don't have it and they're about to run themselves to death. On the other side, I've got people standing around picking their ear, doing something, doing nothing. I'm not being very effective with my people, am I? I need to shift some help to the other team where everybody's working or everybody's got enough help to be able to do the job safely. So it improves the effectiveness. CERT on scene management has a well-defined management structure, manageable span of control. How many things or people or pieces of information do you think you can effectively manage at any one time? Any ideas? If you had 20 people, can you keep track of what 20 people are doing?
Not 100% of the time, no.
What about 15 people? 10?
10 people, maybe.
Can't. Studies have showed 3 to 7. 5 is the optimum number. 5.
Kind of like I was thinking about 5 people max.
We can keep track of, if I told you 3 numbers or 5 numbers, you could probably remember 5 numbers. If I told you 12 numbers, I doubt you could remember 12 numbers.
Yeah, I probably agree with you there because
Most people can't. So, span of control is anywhere from 3 to 7. The optimum is 5. 3 is, you're not really managing enough people. 7 is kind of pushing the limit. 5 is the sweet spot. Now, why do I say that? Well, if I've got a team, a CERT team, and we've got 12 people, if you guys all join and get past your background, that's 15 people. So I've got everybody out there and we're all doing search and rescue. So I've got April's in charge. She's got to keep track of what 15 people are doing. She can't. But what she could do, she could assign team 1, team 2, team 3, have one person in charge of each team. Then she's got to keep track of how many people. 3 people. She can keep track of 3 people. And how about each team has got one person in charge? How many do they have to keep track of? 4 people. That's easily done, right? So by breaking one big team up into 3 teams of 5 people, and assigning those individual leaders, now she's got a manageable span of control, where before she did not. There's all kind of problems that can occur by not having a manageable span of control. You're not keeping track of what your people are doing. You don't know where they are. You should always know where your team members are and what they're doing at any moment. Now maybe you're inside that room and I'm outside the house. I don't know what you're doing at that particular instant while you're searching that room, but I know that you and you and you are in that room right now doing a search. I know where you are and I know what you're doing. Right? And when you come out and you say, I'm out, I'm getting ready to go in the next room. Well, I know now that room's been done, you're going in the next room. I still know where you are. And if I need to find you, I know where to come. Right? That's part of your safety, right? Somebody knowing where you are at all time and what you're doing. So that's, span of control assists with that. Common terminology. In the fire service, a tanker in California is an airplane that drops water on the fires out west. In Dallas County, a tanker is a truck with a big water tank on the back. So if somebody from here were to go to California and said, we need tankers, you're going to get a totally unexpected result. Maybe not what you wanted. So it's important that we have common terminology. The fire service, we use, it's called a hooligan bar. Fancy, expensive, chrome-plated bar that we pry with. Commonly referred to as a BAC, badass crowbar. So I'll tell people to go get the BAC. But if that's what our local people call it. But if I was working with somebody that came in here from New York City, they have no idea in the world what a BAC is. Prevents mistakes. It allows everybody to understand what we're asking for, what we're saying to do. Need to use common terminology to eliminate. Remember, effective response is dependent upon good communication. Common terminology is part of effective communication. Consolidated action plans. If the fire department's on scene and they say, well, we're going to search this building and you're going to search part of the building and somebody else is going to search part of the building, all of our plans need to say the same thing. If they send you in to search and you get in there and you find out the fire department's already searched that part, they're just kind of wasting your time, right?
Right.
What's the point of redoing it? Unless there's some reason that we suspect we might have missed somebody, then you're just redoing something that's already been done. There's no point of that. So we need to have consolidated action plans to where everybody who's there understands what the plan is and everybody has a role to play. We use comprehensive resource management. If I've got the tornado hit up here in Buffalo and I've got 200 volunteers on the Woods parking lot, but all I really need to effectively do the job is about 10 people to do searches. That's not a very good use of resources, is it? If I've got 200 people sitting there twiddling their thumbs, doing nothing, and all I need's 10, why don't I send almost everybody home and keep 15 or 20 and call it good? Wouldn't that be more effective?
Mm-hmm.
There may be other emergencies, other places that they could help with if I didn't have them tied up here doing nothing. That also has to do with, hey, I've been on scene 8 hours, our team's beat, you guys go on home, I got another group coming in to replace you, thanks for your service. You got jobs to go to, the jurisdiction you're from still needs to be protected on medical calls or fire calls, whatever the case may be. You guys go on home and return to service, thank you for your help. Bring another crew in and release them. Don't run them into the ground. And accountability. Accountability is not referring to a financial aspect. It's referring to, I told you we should know where all the people of our team are at all times. We do a 20-minute personal accountability review every 20 minutes. Dispatch calls for a PAR, personal accountability review, and we're supposed to account for all of our people. I had 20, Do I know where are 20 still there? If somebody left, they're not supposed to leave without checking in and with the instant command post, or you can be cleared from the instant command post. If somebody just leaves and doesn't tell anybody, and we do a par, and we can only count for 19 people, and when they'd have 20, what do you suppose is gonna happen next?
You're gonna search for the missing person.
That's right, all that searching for the victims is done at that point. Now we're looking for one of our own, and we're gonna start finding them. So now we're gonna waste 15 minutes before we finally figure out that you, chowderhead that you are, decided to just go home. How do you think the response is gonna be when we catch up with you?
You're gonna get a chilling from the pool.
You're gonna get what they around here call a Terry talk, and you won't like it. Is that right?
That's right.
I can be pretty direct. You scared the shit out of everybody, pardon my language.
Mm-hmm.
And you wasted a bunch of our time and our resources for no reason. Because why? You're too blockheaded to check in. Oh, I was tired. I wanted to go home. Everybody on the scene is tired. I don't feel sorry for you.
Right.
So that's accountability. Making sure that you know where all your team members are. Everybody checks in when you get on scene. Nobody leaves unless they're cleared by instant command. You know where they're at and what they're doing. Okay. Objectives for on-scene management. What's the scope of the incident? And what are we dealing with exactly? Is this a little deal where, okay, a couple houses have been hit, and we just want to make sure everybody's okay? Or is there something more involved? Are there chemicals that have been released? Is there a nursing home involved? Is there a daycare center involved? Is it bigger than we know? What's the overall strategy? What's the goal that we're trying to accomplish? How are we going to perform it? And then, once I've gotten the resources to conduct whatever strategy I want to put in play, then I'm going to deploy those resources. And at the same time, I want to document the actions and the results. You know, were they successful? Were my actions successful? What was that success that we did? This is a typical incident command structure. Here's the incident commander. On any scene, there's only going to be one incident commander. Now, I may have more than one person at the command post. They can have what you call a unified command, where I got law enforcement and fire department together. I may have 3 or 4 different responses. I may have the National Guard also, somebody there at the command post. And those 3 people, if I have an action that would be something that is National Guard related action, then I'll be advised by the liaison, the person there at the command post, we can do this, we can't do that. And I'd say, okay, make it happen. And he'll issue those commands, but the incident commander is still the overall one in charge. Does that make sense? Law enforcement, nobody knows more about what law enforcement does than a law enforcement officer, so it makes sense to have the leader of law enforcement there to advise what their capabilities are and what they aren't. I might ask them to do something they're not trained to do. And somebody needs to tell me, no, that's not, we can't do that. Great. That's why a unified command system is good. So, incident commander is overall in charge. Operations section. So the incident commander says, I roll up on a scene, tornado's been through this block, I want to search all the houses and identify what the victims are and treat them if I need to. Period. That's great. We got an overall plan, right? What are the specifics? Well, I don't care. I don't care, just get it done. Well, I'll appoint somebody to be my operations officer. The operations guy says, okay, we're going to start on the south end of the street. We're going to go up the east side, go to the north end of the street, we'll go back down the west side, and we're done. If we find anybody that needs medical treatment, the medical treatment thing will be on the south end of the street. That's where the triage area will be. Okay, now I've got more specific information, don't I? took the general plan that the incident commander came up with, and I made it a specific plan with specific action items can be acted on. That's what the operations guy did. Now, the incident commander can do that if he chooses to. Many times on a complicated scene or a big scene, they'll turn that over to operations. The fire department, it would be nothing unusual for me to be in charge when we roll up on a fire, and I look at the fire, look at how everything's are going, and I turn to my assistant chief. He said, "What are we gonna do, chief?" I said, "Put the damn thing out. Get in there and put it out." "Okay." I said, "Let me know what you need." And he'd make a plan. He said, "Send me 2 entry teams." And I'd send him 2 entry teams and we'd go inside. I don't care what door he goes in. Now, if I wanted to go up to the scene and take charge of that, I'm capable of doing that. But I'm looking at the overall picture. I'm looking at the overall safety of everybody involved and watching the structure and make sure it's still safe for them to go into. So that's where my training came in the best. Let him decide which door we go in and which members he wants. I don't care, you know. I'll send you as many teams as you want, as I've got people, just use them. And so he'll make the specific action items to get the fire put out. The plan is put the fire out. The specifics he would put together, unless I tell him ahead of time what I want done.
Yeah, doing it like this, you can watch the situation evolve and react accordingly.
Well,
Basically.
that's what my job is, to watch the overall scene. Logistics person is the person that comes up with stuff. "Hey, chief, everybody's getting dehydrated. It's hot. Can you get us some water?" The logistics guy would be the person that gets water. "Hey, maybe we've been here for hours. How about we get everybody a cheeseburger and a cup of coffee up here from Signal or from McDonald's?" Okay, make that happen. That's logistics gets stuff. Planning, darn it. Planning section is the person that typically, if there are blueprints of the building, they would be able to access those blueprints and look at, okay, where are the main shutoffs for power? Where do I shut the water off? Where do I shut the gas off? Where are there any hazardous materials stored? Where are the things I need to be concerned about? You know, is there an elevator? You know, all those things. We don't typically see this on a small scale thing. There may be one on a bigger scale thing, but that's not an everyday thing. This one's normal, that one's normal. Finance and administration. They keep track of the expenses. You know, if I call mutual aid fire department in, you know, they're a paid department, you know, I may have to reimburse them so much an hour, so I want to know what time the equipment got on scene, how many people was on it, what time did they leave scene, how many gallons of diesel fuel did they burn, how much water did we go through, how many sandwiches, you know, all that stuff, that all has to be documented. Finance is a big deal on a big scene.
So technically, finances and logistics might work together in a situation like that? No? Okay.
No, finance keeps track of the expenses, logistics gets what he has to do to deal with the emergency. He's not worried about the cost.
Okay,
No.
just wondering.
Yep. CERT operations. Will there be a command structure? We'll have a command structure. Our team is set up. I'm typically the leader of the CERT team, but we've got 2 team captains. I'm not going to be on the scene 99% of the time. Our captains hopefully will be on the scene. Okay? At least one. And if not, one of the more experienced CERT team people will have to step up. And we need to talk about whether we need to go down anymore or not. But right now, all we have as far as the structure of the team, we've got myself as the leader and we've got 2 captains. We don't have any other structure. Everybody else is there. We're still fairly small. As the team expands, we'll need to probably expand a few people to be able to keep that span of control, right? We've got like 12 right now. So if you got 2 team captains, if you think about it, we've got 6 people. It's bad, still within the span of control, but it's kind of the upper end, right? So if we get more people, we may have to expand a little bit in our command structure just to have span of control, not to have span of control issues. Okay, you got a CERT incident commander, a team, I'm gonna tell you, I told you about the high angle rescue opportunity last night. Had we got down there, had we gone, by the time we got down there, there would have been some fire department people there. They would have already set up command. We would not be the incident commander. We would not have been. It's probably going to be rare that we will be the incident commander in an emergency because there'll always be a fire department dispatched, maybe law enforcement dispatched. So somebody normally is going to be there just from the act of requesting the CERT team getting together, getting the supplies, and then getting en route and getting down there. It's going to be slower than the emergency response people. It's just going to be slower. So probably instant command will already be set up. But we do have team leaders, and we do have team captains. So that's our command structure. There's only one command post. That's where the instant commander is. There's only one. Okay? You can expand the structure as needed. Now I'll tell you, in the California wildfires, they may have one incident commander that covers Southern California and multiple command posts. If I've got a huge geographic area, I can set up multiple command posts and have one incident commander. Okay? That is possible. Around here, typically, if there's a fire, a big natural cover fire going down in Winchester Gap, covering a lot of acres, that's going to be one scene all to itself. If I've got something else, another natural cover fire going on in Buffalo Rural's area, here a few miles away, that's a separate one. It's not one incident commander covers the whole thing. There'll be incident commander for each place. They'll have their own command structure. They won't be working together. Typically, it's the way we work here. That makes sense? Okay. Dealing with the media. The media is drawn like a moth to flame to disasters. Okay? And if you're standing over there with your official CERT vest on and your helmet, and they want to come up and say, hey, what happened here? Don't say, oh man, it's terrible. We got several people killed, and hey, there's a couple guys with their legs cut off, and it's awful. It's awful. I think 5 or 6 more is going to die. No. What you say is, you need to speak with my team leader. You need to speak with my team leader. And then hopefully, what they'll do is say, you need to communicate with emergency management or the incident commander. Okay? Now, the incident commander may appoint a public information officer. That would be a good move if it's a big deal. In the case of something happened in the city of Buffalo, guess what? I'm going to put the mayor on that. If he's not on the ambulance as a paramedic. You need to speak with the mayor. Mr. Mayor, I'll brief the mayor on what's going on. He'll know what to say or what not to say. Just because you know something don't mean you should say it. Some things we know we don't want out, right? I know how much is my bank account. Don't mean I need to tell the press, do I? Do not let the media inhibit CERT goals. The media wants information, and if we don't provide it to them, they'll make their own. So it's the incident commander's responsibility to provide them with the information they need. It may not be the way they want. They'd like to get right in the middle of stuff and take certain pictures, and we don't have to allow that. We'll give them a photo op. We'll provide them with a sound bite. It'll be at our discretion, not theirs. Example, right out here at the Buffalo Airport. 2 test pilots, FAA test pilots, were testing an experimental airplane that somebody local had built out of the Buffalo Airport. It crashed right out here on Airport Road. Killed one of them, he burned up in the plane. The other guy crawled out, walked through the woods, made his way to call for help. Okay? Media came out of the woodwork. We didn't let them, there was just one road going back in there to get to them. We didn't let them in there, so what did they do? They went on down the road, crawled over the fence and walked through the woods. They're gonna get pictures of that plane, by God. We caught them. We stopped them. But we have to try to make accommodations to allow the media to do their job. That's their job, just like, you know, you've got a job at home. You have a job. You need to be able to do your job. That's how you live, right? That's how they live. They're going to do their job, but we can control them. You know, there'll be a briefing in 30 minutes. I'll get your information to you. You don't do that though. Pass that over your head. You just say you need to talk to my team leader. Pass it on. Okay? Don't make comments. Don't agree. They say, can you tell me where there are people killed? You'll need to talk to my team leader. I'm sorry I can't pass out any information. You need to talk to my team leader. Is that clear? There's a whole class I took one time about doing public information. They can make you look like a monkey and a stupid one.
You've seen plenty of videos on that.
They can make you look bad.
Always just toss them up to your CEO.
Yeah. Okay.
Go find who they need. to
NIMS
talk to.
compliance. Now this is, these are 2 of the classes I told you guys needed to take. 100 and 700. You go to this place right here. You'll create a username and a password. It'll be your specific one. It's free. And then you can take the class. NIMS IS 100A, the IS 700B. And we also want you to have 200 and 800. And those are the same place. You just type those in. It explains about NIMS. Let you understand how it all kind of works together. Okay? Now, when you get that done, you guys do that at your own speed. Don't take 6 months because I'll be hounding you for it, or April or Jennifer will be. But get that done when you get a chance, and just print out when you get your certificate.
It's just the 100 and the 700 that we require to get the certificate.
Oh, that's the fire department I may do.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're welcome, guys.
Sorry. Sorry, it's okay.
Out of curiosity, real quick, how long did it take?
Depends on how long, just a few hours, not very long.
Okay.
2-3 hours. Depends on how fast you read.
It's not very difficult, and you are tested at the end of it. Don't let that give you anxiety. If you don't pass it, then you're going to be given the opportunity to take the test again.
Yeah, you can take it as many times as you want to. It's not a big deal. I've got
So
one,
similar to my hazmat test I took for my recertification for that. You
probably,
can take it multiple times.
yeah. I've got a number of trainings, yeah. So it's pretty minimal. 1 and 7 is pretty minimal. Thanks for reminding me. I made the fire department want to do 1, 2, 7, and 8.
Well, I think Jennifer and I did the 7 and 8 too for the team meeting.
Well, I think it's 1 and 700. I think you did the 2 and 800 for.
Yeah.
We've got a structure put together for depending on if you move up in the ranks, you have to take additional training for the CERT team, and I've got that sheet here somewhere. But to start off with 1 and 7. Thank you for correcting me, April.
Of course.
Damn it. Okay. All right, CERT mobilization. Before you respond to an emergency to help somebody else, you're gonna have to make sure that your family and your loved ones are safe. I mean, if you don't know if your family's safe, you're not gonna be ready to help somebody else. You're gonna be thinking about your family. So you need to make sure that your situation is stable. You know, maybe your mom and dad, your kids, whatever the case may be, make sure they're fine, and then mobilize. Does that make sense? Go to the pre-designated staging area. If we mobilize the CERT team, typically I tell the captains that we'll mobilize behind City Hall here. Now that might change. Maybe it's during the day and it's full, and I might say mobilize at the fire department or mobilize some other place, but we'll tell you where to mobilize. But you get around, get your stuff, and meet there, okay? Incident commander or the team leader is established, organizes the group. Typically, hopefully, that'll be one of our captains is available. If not, we'll assign somebody to be in charge of that particular group that's going out. They'll prioritize the actions. I or the captains will probably be involved in that, one way or the other. And then the organization is flexible. It can be expanded or changed or evolves as needed based on whatever information we get. I'll tell you, we've been mobilized to provide basically first aid for what was that, April over there in Bolivar, a trail run of some kind?
Triathlon.
Triathlon. So kind of stand by and provide safety and be ready to do first aid. You know, say it over and over, that's number one priority. If it's heavy damage, we don't go in. Moderate damage, we locate, triage, and evacuate. In and out quick, right? Don't spend much time. Light damage, locate, triage, continue, size up, and document. Light damage, we can stay in there longer, because we've said the structure is safe for us to remain in there for a period of time. It is not safe if there's moderate damage for us to stay in there long periods of time. We can get in there and get our job done and get out. If it's heavy damage, it's not safe for us to even go in. Okay? Documentation. Okay, the section chiefs, that's the person in charge of, those are the operations chief, the logistics chief, planning chief, the finance administration chief. Each one of those people needs to document what's going on. They provide the command post, the incident commander at the command post, with information that he needs to make a decision on what to do. Okay? The command post documents the situation status. Sit stat is, here's what's going on right now. Fire is partially contained. I've got X number of people involved. I know where they all are. I have adequate water amounts. I don't anticipate needing more water. Or, hey, I'm running low on water. I need to come up with additional water supplies. Whatever the status is, that's where they keep that. It includes the location of the incident. How do I get there? What are the routes that are safe for us to travel into and out of? What are the identified hazards that we know about? Okay, there's a propane tank in there that I haven't been able to shut off, so there's propane leaking, you know. And support locations. Support locations are, where is the medical, where are they doing the medical triage? Where is the station where, rehab station, where the responders that are tired and wore out, where they can go rest, get hydrated, maybe get their vitals checked. Where's all that stuff? So they would keep track of those there at the incident command post. If you go to a scene and you do something and you don't write it down, it didn't happen. You want to get yourself in trouble? Wait till the scene's over with and then just make up a bunch of crap. Yeah. Don't do that. You're not writing a novel. We're not writing a novel on this thing, but I want to put down who, what, when, where, and why. Okay? go down the basic information of what you did, when you did it, where did it, who did it, okay? Basic information. Okay, documentation forms. We got forms available to us. Someone's in your book. Damage assessment form. Now, we've got a separate damage assessment class that we're going to be teaching. That's one of the things that I was talking to April about getting scheduled. In this last round of storms that went through Dallas County, there was damage. And I didn't have a group. The group that I had 10 years ago to do damage assessment, they're all dispersed and gone somewhere. So I need a new group. And I didn't have those available to me. So we kind of did an ad hoc thing real quick and sent Jennifer and a couple others, the CERT team went out. We did a real quick hands-on, here's how you do it meeting, and they went out one area, and then I had another CERT person that's had training go out a different place. But I need the whole team available. Many times that training or that information that we're trying to collect, I've got, after something like that hits, a lot of times I've just got 24 hours to turn into them how many homes had major damage, minor damage, destroyed or affected, an approximate value and all that stuff. That has to happen pretty fast. All that information goes through me, goes to our State Emergency Management Agency area coordinator. She's got 18 counties in southwest Missouri. All that information goes to her, and then from her it goes to the state. From the state, goes to FEMA. So, it's real important that I get that information and get it quick. You know, we might miss our opportunity to be included, you know. So, I need the CERT team to be trained in damage assessment. So beyond what they're going to talk about as CERT damage assessment, we're going to actually do a state damage assessment class where you can look at a house and determine those things, and that'll be helpful to the county by doing that. Personnel resources, sign in. So personnel sign-in sheet is what that is for emergencies. Incident assignment tracking, so who were you? What were you assigned to do? When were you assigned to do it? When did you get done? When did you leave that and go back to do something else? Briefing assignment. Instant briefings. Here's the status. Survivor treatment area record. Self-explanatory. Communications log. What message was sent to who? Who are you talking to? What channel do we talk on? There's a lot of information there we need to keep track of. Equipment inventory. If we go to the scene with our CERT trailer and X amount of inventory, we'd like to return with the same amount of inventory minus the 4x4s and the gauze and whatever the medical supplies we use. We know that's expendable, but we'd like to have all the hard items that we went with. We want to bring them home so we can use them next time too, right? So we need to have an inventory of the equipment that we used. Then a general message. To alleviate some of the overflow of information on the radio, if we can send a message to somebody, first off, nobody else is going to hear that information and react or overreact to it. Number two, they can look back at it in 5 minutes or 15 minutes and refresh themselves on what I said, as opposed to just trying to remember it amongst all the traffic that's coming across the radio verbally. So it makes it's a lot safer and simpler way to get information to somebody. Sometimes it's not feasible to send messages because I need them to know right now. And so I've got to take the instantaneous way, you know, and that's fine. But we have a message form that's a pretty good way. So here's the documentation flow. So I'm at the command post. I'm going to do the instant assignment tracking log. Who is on scene and what were they assigned to do? Okay, arriving CERT volunteers. All right, I need to know what the status is throughout the area. I'm gonna give you damage assessment forms to fill out and go assess the damage and find out what's going on. Okay. Also got staging and logistics. Staging is where everybody on the scene that doesn't have a job assigned to them, they wait there to be assigned a job. When I need to have another resource go somewhere to do a particular thing, I'm going to staging to say, I need a team for damage assessment. Send me 4 people. And he'll pull 4 people out of staging, assign them to doing damage assessment, say go see the incident commander or go wherever they're told to go to get the paperwork and get your briefing to know what to do. So staging, if you haven't been assigned a job, or if you get done with a job and you don't get sent to rehab, then you would go back to staging to wait for your next assignment. Okay? So at staging, you're going to have your personnel resources sign up. You're going to sign up. This is the personnel that are on scene. Now, as I do an incident briefing, here's my plan. I'm going to go to the functional teams and say, here's what I need you to do. Give you the details that you need to know to be able to do your job. May have a victim treatment area. There's a victim treatment area record. Communications log. Who said what to who and when? What channels do we talk on? And then equipment. What equipment do we have? What inventory? How many pink shovels did we bring to the scene? How many gallons of diesel fuel are we using while we sit here? How many radios did we arrive with? Did we go back with the same number of radios that we showed up with? Does that make sense? There's a lot of things to keep track of, and there's a reason we keep track of them. So basically, to summarize, the Incident Command System provides flexible means of organization. It's scalable. They start off small, with somebody just assigning themselves the incident commander, and it grows from there. Grows by what? Why do I grow it? I want to maintain my accountability. I want to maintain my span of control. What's my span of control? What I tell you?
Optimum 5 people.
3 to 7, 5 is optimal. Right. So if I've got 28 people on the scene and all there is an incident commander and nobody else, my span of control is 28. That's way too much. Way too much. So I need to break it down, right? How can I do that? I can make an operations person. And the operations person can have a CERT team leader. They can have a fire department volunteer department team leader, and they can have, there's 100 ways to break it up. Just, you got to fix your span of control issues.
Break everything down to manageable bites.
Absolutely. Small bites that we can manage. Okay. Provide the command post with ongoing information about damage assessment, group status, and needs. So, as you're out doing damage assessment, if you're finding victims that need treatment, and remember we're doing triage at the start, you know, we're going to stop the airway bleeding and shock right then, but we're moving on then, right? We're not getting them out. We're just dealing with the life-threatening injury and moving on. Need to let the incident commander. I've got at this location, at one particular location, I've got so many people that are that need medical treatment. I need to get them out, right? We're not doing that as a damage assessment person or as a triage search and rescue group, are we? We're triaging and moving on. So provide them with ongoing information about damage assessment, group status. Hey, we're getting pretty wore out. We probably need to go to rehab, take a short break, you know, so they can send another team to take your place. Then you can report back to rehab. Get your vitals checked, hydrate, cool off, go on. Command post documents and track situation status. Does that all make sense? Does it kind of little sense, or does it sound hazy?
That's all sinking
It'll make perfect sense when you see one operate the way it's supposed to operate. Now, I will tell you, not every place in the county, they all set up instant command. Not everybody actually does instant command. Somebody saying their instant commander is not the same as having an instant command system. But in any case, everybody makes the attempt.
It all sounds like a chain of command to me and being accountable for your actions.
There is a chain of command. April, all these forms, we need to get the digital copy. We need to print them off, and what we need to do is probably get a pad made up down here at Bill Bryant's, so you can tear one off and have them available, and have those available for the teams to grab. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's a good plan.
That's something I think that we need to have developed for everybody. Okay, well, that's the end of that one. If we might possibly be able to get through disaster psychology before lunch. And we're kind of, I don't know, if you feel like we're rushing this too fast, I can speak extemporaneously for hours about this stuff. Try not to do that. I don't want to lull you to sleep, and, you know, I'm going to give you just the basics and examples, but I don't want to feel like I'm shortchanging you. So if you have questions, please do ask, but
Well, I haven't been able to shut up yet, so every time I get confused about something, I ask you. Charlie always asks me the questions, so I think we got a pretty good system going.
good, okay.
And everything you've talked about so far, I related to something I learned in the Army, like the sit rep that we give the group out whether they're retired and such. That's pretty much a sit rep that we would give every once in a while out in the field. The information's a little bit different, because I'm pretty sure we won't be giving you ammo count.
Not generally, no.
No, that probably won't be needed.
But most everything you talk about, I can relate to something in, like, a good way of, well, kind of thought in my head, a good way of explaining how a CERT works would be MASH. Colonel was the IC, Klinger was,
So on and so forth.
He's a logistics. He's logistics.
yeah, logistics.
He's one that gets stuff.
Sounds like my brother.
Yeah, logistics.
No, radar's logistics.
Yeah.
Radar's Klinger, I don't know what he's.
He was the one that kept trying to
Yeah.
get out.
Yeah, I'm not sure what role
No,
he's.
first
Coming
radar was
relief.
logistics. Then Klinger took over whenever radar was the last living male member of his family. Blah 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 blah.
Okay, so let's move on to Sid. Maybe we
Maybe-
might get out of here pretty early today, and that would be okay.
Let's
Thank
shoot
you.
for 3 o'clock.
Let's shoot for 12:15 or 12:30. How's that sound?
Oh well, that's really optimistic.
So, okay, disaster psychology. It's important for us to have an idea about people who've had something bad's happened, obviously. So we're going to talk about disaster and post-disaster emotional environment for both survivors and rescuers. We're going to talk about the steps that rescuers can take to relieve their own stress and that of other survivors. I cannot stress enough to you how important this is. I've lost in my early career as a fire chief, it's a good friend, he's my fishing buddy. He was on the fire department with me, and he hadn't been on there very long and wasn't all gung-ho, but he'd show up and respond to calls, and we responded to a vehicle, my very first vehicle fire. Somebody hit a tree with a truck and it burned. he was trapped in there, he burned in the vehicle. Very first one. Still can show you the tree he hit, I know his name. You can still see the pictures. As a matter of fact, as I drive up and down the highways, everywhere I've ever worked a fatality wreck, I still think about them. Every time I drive to Springfield, I think, oh, there was that one. It was this one, and that's been years ago. But I still remember this very day.
That kind of stuff that sticks with you.
Yeah, so this particular individual that had died in this car wreck, my buddy knew. He bought feed from him. He worked at a feed store, and my buddy knew him, friends with him. I found out that after partway through the incident. I asked him if he's okay. He said, yeah, I'm fine. And me, not being trained at that point, I didn't know to push the issue and get a critical incident stress debriefing. So I didn't require that. And he got more withdrawn, and eventually quit the fire department. Within 6 months, 5 months, something afterwards. Never went to another call and was just gone. It was because of critical incident stress. I could have solved that problem. If I'd have made it mandatory for him to attend a critical incident stress debriefing. He didn't have to talk or get up and tell me how he felt, but just being there, hearing other people talk about what they saw and what their impressions starts the healing process. It's important. I didn't know that at that time. I of course know now. So this is important stuff, okay? It's not exciting stuff like lifting stuff and bandaging wounds and oh, it's so great. It's not exciting stuff, but it's maybe more important than that other stuff because it's what keeps you healthy to be able to continue to respond later on. Otherwise, if you don't have a way of coping with that stuff,
It eats at you.
yeah, people that work on the ambulance, you know, they've got a little internal clock and they don't know, but at some point, there's going to be something that triggers them and they're going to say, I'm done. That was it. That was it. I'm done. Very few make it 30 or 35 years doing that kind of work. You know, it's just you see too much. So,
That's the first time in a long time I've heard of it. Acceptable use of the word trigger.
yeah, well, there you go.
Most people use it at any time they can. Don't get me started.
Yeah. Okay, so our objectives, we're going to talk about those for survivors and rescuers of disaster and post-disaster afterwards. We're going to talk about the steps that rescuers can take to relieve their own stress. I think we already said that. The topics are disaster trauma, team well-being, and working with survivors trauma. Okay. Psychological trauma. It could come about because of your own personal losses. Your house got destroyed in the ice storm. My house got damaged. My car got, 2 cars got, trees fell on. Total one. Messed the other one up. Power was pulled away from my house. My house here in Buffalo was out without power for, I believe it was 11 or 12 days. And I didn't have time to go work on it. I was busy dealing with everybody else's, so my house set. I shipped my wife off to Hickory County to stay with our son-in-law's mom. They all went up there out of the county and stayed down there. I stayed here. Slept on the floor at the O'Bannon Center. Slept on the floor at in a sleeping bag at the fire department. Finally got time to go get my house fixed. So your own personal losses can really affect you, especially if there's injuries, okay, not just property. Working in your neighborhood can be stressful because, oh, that's Aunt Jean's house, or that's my friend Bob's house, or whatever. That can affect you. Assisting neighbors, friends, co-workers who have also been injured. they always say to medical responders that you shouldn't work on your own family, right? It's hard to be objective. I'll tell you a real quick story. I've got a 2-year-old grandson. He's 2.5. With me all the time. He's my running buddy, my best friend, right? We're together 3, 4 days, sometimes 5 days a week. I built a shop in my backyard. 10-foot high ceilings, 2-story shop. Upstairs is a bedroom, full bathroom upstairs. Concrete floor downstairs, of course, it's a shop. He was staying with me one day. Long story short, I won't tell you all the details, but he did something totally unexpected, and he fell from upstairs, fell down to the first floor, fell 10 feet. 10 feet for somebody that's that tall.
Ow.
More than ow.
Yeah.
Landed horizontal like this, left side of his head. Now, I've told you some of my experiences. I've run thousands of medical calls. I was an EMT, and I was a good EMT. I broke every rule. I grabbed him, picked him up. I ran down the stairs, get to him. When I got there, he raised his head up. I didn't think about spinal mobilization, none of that stuff. I picked him up. Couldn't hardly dial my phone. It was an ordeal for me to get 911 called, call the ambulance. They got here. They reached out for him. I handed them to him. They said, "What happened?" And I burst into tears. Couldn't hardly talk. And I cried. We got him in the ambulance. His mom, I got his mom called, and she came right over. She rode in the back with him. I rode in the front. And I cried all the way to Springfield. I'm just being flat up honest with you. Cried like a little girl. Nothing wrong with little girls, but little boys don't cry too much, but I cried. Stayed with him all night long, and I was smart enough to know all the potentials of what could happen, and he depended on me to keep him safe, and I failed. And it was an accident. It wasn't that I didn't do everything I was supposed to do, but I should have anticipated what happened, and I didn't anticipate it. It was unanticipated, and as a result, he got hurt, and I blamed myself. I still blame myself. So, neighbors, friends, co-workers, family members that have been injured take you out of your game, totally. It just is. I don't care how much training you got. There's a very good chance if it's a loved one or somebody you know very well, it may take you out of your game. So this is a huge cause of psychological trauma. Not feeling safe and secure is a psychological trauma. If you're inside a structure that you felt like wasn't safe for you to be in, if you happen to be in there, what kind of stress is that going to put on you?
Quite a bit, actually.
Think about being. Any of you guys never weather spotted, I don't suppose.
Illinois, I went through a course for that.
Well, I used to weather spot in an S10 pickup.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, when you're in an S10 pickup and it's rocking like this in the wind and there's trees around you, it don't take a rocket scientist to figure out that's not a really very good place for you to be, but nonetheless. So all these are things that can cause psychological trauma. What are symptoms? Now this would be after the trauma has occurred. What are the symptoms that you have had psychological trauma? Irritability or anger. My wife would say, well, you're irritable all the time, so how would you know the difference? But if there's a change in your level of irritability or anger, self-blame or blaming others. What does that sound like? Self-blame. Isolation and withdrawal. Remember I told you about my buddy. He had that friend who withdrew and wouldn't talk. That's exactly what he went through. Fear of recurrence. Let me tell you, my grandson has not been allowed to go back up to the second floor of my shop. And when he gets around stairs, he says, "Hey, watch it, be careful, be careful." We're very protective right now. okay? Some of that is that's normal. We're not letting him play, but we're just being real prudent and careful with him, you know. Because of that fear of recurrence. Feeling stunned, numb, or overwhelmed. You ever felt overwhelmed? It's like such a big deal, it's like, I don't even know where to start. Give you an example of that. Sold fireworks for 25 years, and I had a 30 by 90 tent in St. Charles, Missouri. Big tent, a lot of sales. Can't remember what year, it would have been 2000, early 2000s. July 5th, the morning of July the 5th, we're wore out. July 4th is a big day. July the 5th is the last day at that point. And we get up, drogging it, you know, and we're out there tightening the ropes. You always got to keep them ropes tight. And my daughter looks up and says, "What's that?" And there's this ginormous shelf cloud just filling the horizon. I said, "That's trouble, hurry." We started hurrying, trying to get the ropes done. It hit us before we got them all done. We were inside. There was 4 of us. And I was a pretty stout young man at that point. Felt like I was Charles Atlas, could lift the world, right? I'm against one of those tent poles, not the center poles, the poles on the outside edge, because those poles on the edge, if those kick out, that lets the flaps open up and lets wind in the tent. You want to try to not let wind get in the tent. So I'm holding the tent pole, and 3 others are holding them, and it starts blowing just a little bit, and all of a sudden it just like that. They just put me right on the ground. I mean, like God just said, you know.
Remind you exactly how weak you really are.
It showed me who the boss was, and it blew that tent right over top of us and landed right over by this big main road where we were. Raining buckets, blew my glasses off, keys. I just bought, not this pickup, but I had another pickup I just bought. It was brand new. And 2 of the girls, my daughter and then this other girl, was crying. My daughter wasn't crying, but this other girl was crying because she signed up to sell fireworks. She didn't sign up to get blown away in a storm. There was 4 of us, so we finally found the keys to my truck. My daughter did, and we got in the truck, sat there like a bunch of wet dogs shivering. After the storm passed, it didn't take very long, I got out and we started looking around, and with all my training, I just kind of sat down on the bumper and I felt defeated, overwhelmed. I didn't know what to do. I'm done. I'm just done. I don't know what to do.
You ever feel like everything just shutting down, like, okay, I'm done.
I'm done. The owner of the company showed up probably 30, 45 minutes later, and he helped me start getting organized. And this old boy drove up and he made a $100 sale, right? Within 15 minutes. He said, "Sort this out, do that." Kind of got me going. And we ended up selling a few $1,000s that day, you know, the end day, sorting that stuff all out and organizing it. But I felt overwhelmed, stunned, all those things. I didn't know what to do. I felt helpless. So somebody giving me direction do this, that let me focus my thoughts again, you know. Mood swings, sadness, depression, and grief. You understand that's typical for that type of emotion. Still, it's a sign to keep. Denial. Denials, we see that a lot, okay? I'm fine, there's nothing wrong with me, when all the signs are pointing to, yeah, there's something wrong. Concentration or memory problems. Relationship problems and marital discord. That happens a lot. Okay. Now, let me emphasize, it doesn't happen just because you've went to an emergency. It happens when you've experienced psychological trauma and don't get any treatment for it. Okay? So this is just signs that you may have that. Okay, loss of appetite, headaches or chest pain, diarrhea, stomach pain, nausea, hyperactivity. People just staying busy, just working themselves to a frizzy. compensate for these feelings that they're feeling, okay? Increase in drug consumption, that makes sense. People have nightmares, people have an insomnia, not wanting to go to sleep because they have nightmares. Fatigue, no matter how much you sleep, you just wore out, okay? Okay. Team well-being, actions can be taken before, during, and after an incident to help manage the impact. Okay, like what? We talked about it a little bit before. If I'm going to a tornado that hit a daycare center, what can I prepare myself on the way to experience? I may see some little bitties that are hurt, or maybe severely hurt, maybe killed. I can prepare myself. That doesn't mean that it won't emotionally hurt you, but at least I can begin to armor myself a little bit to understand that it's reasonable for me to expect that I may see some injuries. Right? If I go to a nursing home that's been affected by a fire or whatever, they don't move fast. Okay? It doesn't take very much breathing smoke or whatever to really affect either the very young or the very old. So I may reasonably expect that I may see that some have been negatively affected by this. We would understand that, right? Okay. Knowing possible psychological and physiological symptoms of disaster helps manage the impact. When somebody starts exhibiting some of those signs that we talked about, you would know, hey, I need to get a critical incident stress debriefing. Our team needs to have this debriefing to help get past this and start to heal. Okay? Learn to manage stress, CERT members for themselves, CERT leaders during their response. The CERT leaders, there's no magic words to make you think seeing a decapitated body is, oh, it's no big deal. There's no words like that. There's no magic words. What bothers you may not bother me. That doesn't make me tougher than you. It doesn't make you weaker than me. We have different things that affect us, okay? For me, I always worried, my whole fire department career, I've told you, I've seen a lot of grown-ups mangled and killed and burned. What always worried me was seeing an infant that had been hurt bad or killed. I always worried about that, and I never did have to face it. Little did I know, after I retired from the fire service, I'd see it in my backyard. And it did bother me a lot. It was a loved one. I like kids, you know, I don't want to see them hurt. The helplessness, the innocence affects me. So, CERT members for themselves, how to manage stress. When I had a particularly bad, my last really bad accident in Bolivar, 3 teenage girls from Buffalo, but they were joyriding in Bolivar. I don't know if you remember this or not. They were running, they came up to a T intersection. They didn't know the road well, and they were running high speed. They drove through the T intersection, and there was a driveway going up into this yard. It was the 4th leg across there where the T was. There was a driveway continued on. They thought it was a road. So they started up this driveway at like 70, 75 miles an hour. When they recognized that it wasn't a road and started taking action, they hit something. The truck went airborne. It went over a fence off into this field and hit a shed and burned right there. There were 3 girls in it. None of them wearing seatbelts. All 3 of them burned in the truck. One was in the truck. One was beside the truck. And one was in another place, which was particularly gruesome. All of them were, you know, it was an awful wreck. I've never needed critical incident stress debriefings, although I made it mandatory for my guys that were there. I've never needed that for me, but what I do, I come home, I don't want to talk about it, I get in my shower. This is when I had electric water heater. I get in my shower, put the water on, hot as I can take right then, and I sit in there and I soak, and then I'll gradually make it hotter till it's as hot as it'll go. And I sit in there until the hot water runs out, which, you know, with electric water heaters, about 20 minutes. Now I've got propane, I never run out of hot water. I look like a prune now, but when I got out, I was okay. I mean, it didn't mean I was all chatty Cathy and laughy and giggly, but that was the way I processed it, you know? I processed
The
it.
hot water helps you wind down to the point where you're
Just-
comfortable and ready with the,
It
okay, I want to talk about it now.
gave me time to process for myself. That was my way that I helped myself, and I knew to do that. Not everybody has a way, not everybody knows what to do, and what I do may not work for you. So I'm not saying that is a way, that's my way. It didn't involve me drinking or taking drugs or being abusive to my wife. I'm abusive to the water heater, but I don't care about it anyway, so that was my way, non-confrontational way of dealing with it. You may not be able to deal with it yourself. You may need help, in which case I expect you to talk to your team leader. We'll arrange for a critical incident stress debriefing. There's no shame. Matter of fact, shame on you if you don't request it. Shame on you if you allow yourself to become a victim for no reason, because you're reluctant to ask for help. Does that make sense? Now, if you run across some guy that cut his finger and we're going to put a Band-Aid on it and it's all good, you call for a stress debriefing, I'm going to bring you a pair of silk pants to wear next time we get together. You know, but okay, you're acting like a little girl now. We're going to see bumps, bruises, cuts, broken legs. We're going to see stuff. And that's fine. We know that, right? That's why you volunteered to help people that's having a problem. But there's some things that are so bad that they have a psychological effect on us, and we need to deal with that so we can still remain viable to be part of the team and help somebody else. And if you don't do that, it's no different than I get a big wound on my finger and I don't clean that up and dress the wound and I get an infection and I end up getting my hand cut off. Well, how dumb is that? But you're too lazy to clean a wound and so you're taken out because of that? Well, you probably deserve what you got coming. You know? Don't be heartless, but I mean, doctor, it hurts when I do that. Well, don't do that, you know? If you need help, ask for help, is what I'm telling you.
I got a fairly good system myself. He could tell you, if that's really bad, I'll eventually come to him or somebody and talk about it.
Good. Okay.
Otherwise, I'll just sit down, stew over it till I get over it, and then I get on with my life.
Well, stewing over things is not really a very good coping mechanism. I mean, because you're exhibiting some of those signs of distress that we talked about before, okay? You know what I mean? You get withdrawn, inward focused, but at least you're not maybe doing drugs and alcohol, you know, compensating, so.
No, I'm very healthy about
Good.
drinking.
You know, I've actually been through that type of situation. The first thing I do, I lock them. Because I do drink occasionally.
Well, of course, but a good beer is great, or whatever.
Whiskey,
There's only one
things
thing
like that.
there's only one thing I would like to get more of a lock on, but we can talk about that later.
Okay.
Don't chase that rabbit.
How to reduce stress. Get enough sleep. Sleep is a great thing. They tell me. I don't know. I've read that it's a great thing. Exercise regularly. Once again, I've read that that's a great thing. Somebody told me once that that's good for you. What do you think, April?
I'm not saying nothing.
Eat a balanced diet. Again, read that that's a great thing.
Right.
Well, I would eat a balanced diet, lots of scales.
Balance, work, play, and rest. These are all pretty much things I don't do. Allow yourself to receive as well as give. Connect with others and use spiritual resources. Okay. Yeah, I'm not great on this stuff. So how I'm not a big blubbering, well, maybe I am a blubbering mass of something, I'm not sure, but yeah, I don't follow this well, and I should. I know that I should. I just don't. To me, here's what I'd suggest. You guys do what this thing says. Don't do what I do. Do what this says.
Despite most of the.
This
not
is
doing
something I
motions.
can offer, actually, if anybody ever needs to talk, I listen extremely well. I don't judge, and I don't put in my own 2 cents unless you ask for it.
I see. Well, that's good to know.
With all those things on the list, I do communicate very well, because me and a friend about, I'll just want to do it later, never mind.
Okay. Take care of yourself. Be aware of the trauma that can follow a disaster. We know that as we're responding to the area, there may be trauma. Okay, so explain to family members and friends what you need. Listen when you want to talk, or make you talk. And even if I make the CERT team a mandatory critical incident stress debriefing, you don't have to talk.
Just sit and
You can
listen.
come in there and sit and listen to other people that want to talk. Just that helps, okay? You're not forced to talk, but you do need to attend if we have one. There's a reason why. Okay, how team leaders can reduce stress. Brief the CERT personnel about what to expect beforehand, as best we know, okay? Remember, the CERT is a team. We're a group. We support each other. A team is self-supporting, right? I help you, you help me. We're not individuals. We're a group. We're there to support each other. And we support each other. Rest and regroup when needed. Take breaks away. Sometimes you need to get away from it. In Joplin, when the tornado hit down there, those guys had to get away. Had to get away from it for a little while. And to just refocus a little bit, is enormous. Eat properly, stay hydrated. Please stay hydrated, whatever we got to do. Arrange for a debriefing afterwards. We should have a debriefing when our team gets activated. We need to talk about what went right. We need to talk about what went wrong and we need to improve on. We need to talk about mistakes that we made. We need to talk about the things that went really well. If one team does an especially bang-up job, we need to tell them that. Great work, guys. Or if, hey, you guys worked hard, probably didn't help and you did this, maybe we might want to avoid that in the future. It'll be better if we don't do that. So that's how we improve, right? We talk about what happened and the things that went right, we want to compliment you on and have others try to emulate that. The things that went wrong, we're not trying to throw you under the bus, but if you don't know it's wrong, you're going to continue to do it that way until somebody corrects you, right? So we need to correct that behavior. Rotate the teams and duties. You don't want to get stuck doing the same thing all the time. I told you I worked almost 30 years at Associated Grocers, and I did every job in that warehouse at some point. Most of them I did for years. After a while, your brain just turns to jelly. It's like, I could do this in my sleep. I did do some of them in my sleep. Literally stand up on my forklift, all in freight.
And that you really don't want to be doing in sleep.
Change jobs, do something different, something to get a little excitement again, Hey, this is fun. I like this. This is something different, cool. Until that gets old and then try to do something different, Phase out workers gradually. Oop. So as we get through with the jobs, here, hang on. So if I'm working in something, maybe I'm doing first aid treatment or something, we're still all on scene, but I'm treating for first aid and I'm dealing with all the emotions and all the trauma that I'm seeing. And then maybe when it's time for me to take a break, maybe I get put somewhere else that's low stress area for a little while. Like maybe I'm in the rehab station for the responders where I get them water and take the blood pressure and just check how they're doing, help them hydrate. That'd be a lot lower pressure than where I was, right? And then from that point, then maybe I phase on out then. But don't just go from a high stress to, okay, you're out. Maybe phase them out. If that makes sense? So once you decompress, you do that gradually rather than just all, I'm wired up, keyed up, and then all of a sudden it's just, now what? You know, gradually out. Hopefully that explains it. Okay, critical incident stress debriefing, I've talked about that. Everybody gets introductions. Generally, we bring in a team, specially trained. They're available at no cost to us. We just make a call and set a time, and somebody will come in, and they're trained in doing this. They introduce themselves, talk about the incident that occurred, talk about the facts of whatever the incident was. People that want to talk can go around and share their initial thoughts, feelings. How did you feel? How did you react? Then they'll pass out information about normal stress reactions. What's normal? What to expect. We'll talk about the symptoms of critical incident stress during that, and then they'll basically wrap it up. And if anybody feels like they need additional counseling for something that's hit them really hard, then that'd be arranged on an individual basis, one-on-one with them, where you can talk. Maybe you need a private setting where you get a chance to talk and just deal with it without the group setting, and that's fine. That can be arranged as well. So, as needed, okay? So, the crisis has phases. First off, we have the impact phase. This is when it's all happened. Okay? So, during this phase, survivors do not panic and may in fact show no emotion because it's just impacted them. Then we have the inventory phase. During the inventory phase, that's immediately following the event. The survivors assess the damage, try to locate other survivors. Okay, routine social ties tend to be discarded in favor of the more functional relationships required for initial response activities. So, people will form kind of ad hoc relationships to work with people to get this job done. We pair up. Don't know you from Adam, but hey, come on, let's do this, and all of a sudden you're bonded for that time during the inventory phase. In the rescue phase, as emergency service personnel, that would include the CERT people, as they get there, survivors are willing to take direction from these groups without protest because they recognize that I've been doing what I do. Remember the 700 people that were rescued in Mexico City, but 100 got killed. Most people recognize that, hey, maybe there's been some hinky things going on, and I'm in way over my head, so I'm willing to take direction from you. You're the expert. Tell me what to do. I'll still help. Okay? That's why our CERT helmets with the CERT on it, the vest, all that stuff is important because it lets people recognize that we're an established group with training that knows how to help make this better in this situation. Okay, they'll usually probably will be helpful during this phase. Survivors will be. Then we get into the recovery phase. In the recovery phase, the survivors appear to pull together against the rescuers, the emergency service personnel. Survivors may express anger or blame the rescuers as they transition to the recovery. They say, well, that's stupid, you're taking too long, or you shouldn't do it that way, that's hurting them, or any number of other things. Acting out a little bit of aggression towards the responders. Okay? Expect that this may happen during this phase. Know ahead of time. Don't take offense to it. Just understand this may happen. So, no big deal. Okay. A traumatic crisis is an actual or a potential death. Okay, could be a serious injury. Could be caused by the destruction of a home, a neighborhood, or a valuable possession. I fought a house fire by myself one time. Not very successfully, I might add. But a volunteer fire department, and nobody else showed up, so I'm by myself. And the house basically burned down, but I did the best I could. Honestly did. As people finally got off work and started showing up, the owner, older man, asked if we could find, he had a family Bible. It was really valuable to him. Excuse me. And we went in, I found the furniture that it was stored in, opened the drawer, and we found the family Bible. Now it had a little bit of scorching. It wasn't untouched, but it survived. We brought that out to him. He lost his whole house, guns, you name it. And he cried like a baby. We brought that out. That meant so much to him, man, to have that family Bible, because that was, you can replace guns, cars, pictures you can't replace. But that family Bible was invaluable to this man. We found that, saved that. That meant so much to him. So, destruction of your personal property can be especially traumatic. Things that we've got a huge connection with, right? Loss of contact with family or close friends can also cause this. Okay. This may affect your cognitive functioning. Okay, you may act irrationally. They may act in ways that normally you wouldn't act and you wouldn't expect them to act if you know them. Or you may have trouble making decisions. Man, do you want us to call somebody and try to get you arranged for a motel room? And maybe, okay, their house is gone. It seems pretty clear evident they should need that, right? They may not be able to make that decision because of this traumatic stress. Okay? They may have a hard time retrieving memories or sharing those memories with you. Physical health, it can cause a range of physical symptoms, from exhaustion to health problems. And people that survive traumatic stress may undergo temporary or, long-term personality changes that make interpersonal relationships difficult. And we see that a lot of times. Sometimes a child get killed in a car wreck or something, and the mother and the father can't stay together because one will change. They can't. It tears them apart, unfortunately, when they should pull together to support each other. But this kind of thing can happen. So, mediating factors. Mediating. We know what mediating means?
Yeah, minimizing.
Yeah, exactly. Good word for it. Anything that makes it a little better. Prior experience with a similar event. So this is not something brand new. I've been through something like this before, so I know what to expect, and I know that I can get through it. Intensity of disruption of your life. So the more your life is disrupted, the greater the psychological and physiological reaction become. Think about all those people down in New Orleans for Hurricane Katrina. They all got shipped off to other places, They got put in those FEMA trailers, giant bunches in those FEMA trailers for not just a month or two, for a year, for a long time. That caused a lot of trouble for them because the disruption was not short term, it was long term. Okay? And it was a very intense change. So, the individual feelings about the event. What did this event mean to you personally? How it perceived? if you feel significantly or very strongly about how it affected you, then that will make that feeling much more intense for you. The emotional well-being of the individual. If you're an individual who's not calm anyway, you're emotionally fragile, and you go through something like this, and that's going to obviously have a much more detrimental effect on you than that person that's got that laissez-faire attitude that, you know, whatever will be, it's all right, I'm still alive, all the rest of it's just stuff guy. You hear about that guy on TV, he says, yeah, it's just stuff. We'll start over. Then you hear about the other guy that says, yeah, we lost everything, and they're crying tears and stuff. That person's going to have a lot more difficult time dealing with it because they're not taking it so well, right? And then the length of time that has elapsed between the occurrence of the event and the present. Sometimes people in the immediate after effects of a tornado or whatever, they're out there and they're out, you see them digging through their stuff trying to salvage what they can. And then after a week or 2 weeks or 30 days, when they've dealt with the insurance and they found out the scope of what they're out and what's happening, then it is set in, and then it becomes an issue for them, okay? We don't have any way of knowing and should never assume that we do know what somebody's thinking, okay? Okay. So, keep these phases that we've talked about in mind. We may see these. Okay. If somebody's displaying some of this stuff and acts in a less than kind way or negatively towards you, don't take it personally. It's not directed at you. It's not directed at the CERT team. They're having a really crappy day. You know, we might react the same way if we'd been through what they've been through. So don't take it personally, and certainly don't react back toward them in a negative way. We want to stabilize survivors, assess survivors for injury or shock, we know that. Get uninjured people to help. Uninjured people to help. Not to help. Get uninjured people to help. So I've got a group of people here that's been through this disaster. They're not hurt. We can assess to get them to assist in helping those who have been hurt. Does that make sense? And maybe not doing first aid and none of that stuff, but they can maybe help in getting water if we've got water available to people that's been through something. If they're cold, maybe we can get them blankets or just guide them to an area where they can get some additional help. You know, help people walk. Maybe a little lady that's been through the trauma and she can walk, but she just needs somebody to kind of help hold her arm and get her there. Uninjured people can do that. We don't need to take the CERT people away from doing what they do if there's uninjured people that can maybe do that. Does that make sense to you? That lets the survivors feel good because they're also helping make things better, right? Other friends that you may be part of, your garden club, whatever, right? Okay, important thing right here. Be an empathetic listener. You say you're good at this.
I've listened to various people with relationship problems,
There you go.
good friends of mine.
So put yourself in the speaker's shoes. How would you be feeling if you'd been through this? Listen for the meaning, not just the words. We all know if somebody says, "How you doing?" "I'm okay." What are they telling you when they say it that way?
They're not okay.
Yeah, there's something
Okay.
something's not great. This don't take a rocket scientist to figure that out. The words say, "I'm fine," but that's not what that meant, is it?
No.
And they conveyed that to you for a reason, because they really want you to know it's not okay, but they're not going to come out and say it. So pay attention to the nonverbal communication, body language, people drawn in on themselves, people turning away, right? People not open to you.
As my daughter says, I can read a response.
There you go.
Whether it's written, whether it's spoken, not necessarily what they're actually saying, but the meaning behind it.
Okay,
And
good.
it's something you learn, but it's not something that you're,
What's one part instinctive, one part learned?
yeah.
What we want to do is paraphrase the speaker periodically to make sure that, let them know that I'm listening to what you're saying. And by paraphrasing, I'm letting you know that I comprehend what you're telling me and I understand what you mean. You know, if you just parrot the words that they just said, that doesn't mean anything. But if you paraphrase it, then you've thought about what they said, you've put it into different words, that means you should have an understanding of what message they're saying, okay? Now here's some things not to do. These are important. And I know you're going to be guilty of some of them, I certainly was. I understand. Well, do you? Have you ever been through what they've been through? Maybe a family member's lost a child. I've never lost a child. I think I understand what that might be like, but I've never lost a child, so I don't really know how that feels. So it's kind of insulting to tell somebody that you understand if you haven't walked those shoes. Don't feel bad. They have a right to feel bad.
Right.
They have a right to feel. It's been a bad thing, right?
You may just as well say, get over it.
You're strong, or you'll get through this. Okay. Anybody ever said any of these things? You'll get through this.
A lot of people have said that to me whenever I've been
Unfortunately, I
upset.
had,
A lot.
early days, I had a bad time of saying I understand, and
There you go.
don't always understand.
A lot of times after a disaster, survivors do not feel strong and they question if they'll ever recover from the loss. So if you say, you'll get through this, you've lost some credibility in their minds from them. And you may anger them a little bit because right now they're not feeling like that at all. Okay? Don't cry. It's okay to cry. It's for a man or a woman. It's God's will. Okay. For the person that you don't know, giving religious meaning to an event may insult or anger the person. And for me, I'll tell you, if my grandson had died, he fell out of my barn loft, if he had broke his neck and died, I don't know what I'd have done. If you walked up to me and said it was God's will, I'd probably punch you right in the freaking mouth.
I don't,
I
yeah.
actually expect somebody to punch me.
I would,
You know,
I understand
why
that.
in the world would it be God's will that my grandson, innocent child, fell? Should have been me that fell. I probably deserve it, not that 2-year-old. So
Right.
don't bring God into it.
What
Leave
did
that
he
out.
do to warrant such an action?
Leave God out of it. Personally, privately, if you're religious and you want to say a prayer for somebody, that's fine. But don't bring it into somebody else. Unless they say, would you pray for me? And then if you choose to do that and you feel like that's appropriate, then fine. But it needs to be an invitation. Don't bring it in on your own deal. It could be worse. At least you still have this, or everything will be okay. It's up to the individual to decide whether things could be worse or if everything can be okay. It's not our call, right?
Well, something else that I need to say that would get me to drag them off into the shadows would be, it can't get any worse than this.
Either, we need to emphasize that rather than provide comfort, these phrases may elicit a strong negative response or distance the survivor from the listener. The whole point of listening is to show support, right? And to empathize. And if we drive them away, we're not empathizing. So it's okay to apologize if the survivor reacts negatively to something that you said. Don't be afraid to apologize. That's fine. Okay, we're getting close to done, guys. Managing the death scene. Cover the body. Treat it with respect. Don't just leave them laying there. If it may not be possible, I told you that everywhere I've ever been that I've worked a scene, I remember. South of town, there's an S curve just past the old L&F truck stop. We worked a fatality wreck there. 2 people died. Head-on car wreck. It turned out that one of the survivors was an EMT from Mercy that just got off shift with the ambulance that morning, was on their way home. And they had a head-on car wreck and it killed her. I didn't know this. She wasn't in uniform at that point. Well, when St. John's at that time, ambulance got on scene and they saw who it was, well, they had emotional trauma because they just said bye to her at 7 that morning, shift change. And here they are getting her out of a car. I was holding her head. And we were putting her on a backboard, on a wood backboard. And I don't know if I wasn't paying attention or what, but I had ready to set her head down. And they had her body laid on the board, and I set her head down. And I thought it was down. I let her head go, and it went. And I can still hear that sound. That's been 25 years. I still can hear that sound this very day. It didn't hurt her, she was dead. But I felt like I so disrespected her. It just appalled me. And nobody else thought much about it. They said, don't worry about it, it didn't matter. But it was not intentional. It was a mess up, but accidental. But treat it with respect. I didn't treat her with the respect she deserved. And that stuck with me for 25 years. Even if it was unintentional. So treat them with respect. Move the body to a temporary morgue if you can. Remember, there are some people, well, first off, in initial triage, we're not moving them, right? Afterwards, when we're doing the rescue or the recoveries, getting a body out of a deal is a recovery. That's not a rescue. Okay? Once we do that, if we move them to a temporary morgue, that needs to be, remember our medical treatment, it's separated from people, hopefully away from prying eyes. We don't want to just a row of bodies laying out there, even if they're covered with a blanket. If I have any way, I'll roll a tarp, stand it up so that people can't see that as they drive by.
Put up some kind of blinder so that no one can.
They can't see it driving
Yeah.
by, it's just, okay. Follow local laws and protocols and talk with local authorities. So the local authorities will tell you what's going to happen with regard to the bodies. When informing people of family or friends of the death, you want to separate them from people around them. You know, it needs to be a private moment. Have them sit down. Hopefully we don't have to do this. Probably you'll need to talk to my team leader and let either leader or we'll have a public information officer or somebody do this. I don't really expect all of you to do it, but if you're ever in that situation, make eye contact with them. Look them. Don't stand over them. Get down at their level. I'm sorry, but your family member has died. I'm so sorry. You know, don't beat around the bush. Don't say, I don't know how to tell you this, but I have some bad news for you. Well, what do you think they're going to assume? Oh my God. Just tell them, okay? And then let them grieve. And they're going to grieve, and that's okay. You don't need to explain anymore. You don't need to go into details. That can all come later. Just let them know. So, to summarize. Rescues may be unpleasant or uncomfortable. We know that. Expect some of that going in, right? Psychological and physiological symptoms of trauma, we talked about those. So watch each other. You guys are together. So if you go to a call and you see some of this in one of the others, you should be able to recognize it, and then it's time to either talk to them, or if not talk to them, then call and we'll get some help.
He's been around me long enough. He knows when I start getting stressed and irritable and all such.
There you go.
I don't take it on anybody, I take it up mostly on myself.
We talked about steps to reduce stress, get enough, all those things that I don't do, sleep, eat healthy, exercise, all those things. Critical incident stress debriefing is one intervention that works. We talked about the 4 emotional phases, okay? We talked about how it affects your memory, your health, and your interactions with other people. We talked about how to stabilize and help stabilize individuals, and how to be an empathetic listener, and not only that, but what not to say. And honestly, as a lot of you can attest, sometimes not talking at all is the best medicine, right? I'll freely admit, I'm not great at that, because I know everything. I have trouble remembering it sometimes. But I know everything, so I feel like I need to give an answer. That's not good. That's not good.
Sometimes that's not what they're requiring.
They just want to be able to talk. So, you're right. So, okay, so here's how we're going to play this, guys. That's the end of it. So, we're going to be done for the day. Hope that's okay. We're going to do